my pops. I don't care if you the cops, anybody could get boxed. If you aiming for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I stretch out these hands, then prepare to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was never for your friends. They my fans.
Jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team will do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene to
massacre. As soon as you have the nerve to try to step to me, I will snatch your turf. And matter of fact, scratch that, I will snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete, I'm not in a class with earth. My boys are down the ball if I say the word. The team is down the hall if I call the third. What's happening? Best believe that a massacre.
XL up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back.
Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Soon as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Make no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, till we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We innovate, we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say, come out the cave. They see the blood on our shirt, they see the teeth in the face. They watching tape, still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play, they seen the snakes. They trying to give us a dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay, blocking the way, thinking we flipping reverse, but we keep rushing the gate, stopping the rain. We know they sit on the throne, it's looking easy to take. We not afraid, we put the fear in their bones. Ain't no more running away. They tryna trace, they tryna follow our steps, they tryna copy the wave. Boy, that's so lame. That's why they keep getting curved. You gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work, like this is minimum wage. Boys, you crazy? Why you keep feeding the beast? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe. For my mama and my pops, I don't care if you the cops, anybody could get boxed. If you aiming for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I stretch out these hands, then prepare to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was there for your friends. They my fans.
I jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team will do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene.
Massacre as soon as he had the nerve to try to step to me. I was snatch your turf and matter of fact, scratch that. I was snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete. I'm not in a class with earth. My boys are down the ball. If I say the word, the team is down the hall. If I call the serve, I snap and best believe that a massacre.
XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah.
Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Soon as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Make no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, till we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We innovate, we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say, come out the cave. They see the blood on our shirt, they see the teeth in the veins. They watching tape, still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play, they sending snakes. They trying to give us a curse, they want us taking a bait. But that's okay, we keep on dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay, blocking the way. Thinking we flipping reverse, but we keep rushing the gate. Stopping the rain, we know they sit on the throne. It's looking easy to take, we not afraid. We put the fear in their bones, ain't no more running away. They trying to trace, they trying to follow our steps. They trying to copy the wave, boy that's your name. That's why they keep getting curved, you gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work, like this is minimum wage. Boys, you crazy, why you keep feeding the beast? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe.
Don't start.
Nobody's safe.
If you come then please don't drop your guard.
Nobody's safe.
If you come you're messing with a star.
Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. No, I do this for my folks, for my mama and my pops. I don't care if you the cops, anybody could get boxed. If you aim it for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I stretch out these hands, then prepare to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was never for your friends. They my fans.
Jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team will do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene.
Massacre as soon as you have the nerve to try to step to me, I will snatch your turf. And matter of fact, scratch that, I will snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete, I'm not in a class with earth. My boys are down the ball if I say the word. The team is down the hall if I call the third. What's happening? Best believe that a massacre. Nobody's safe.
Don't start.
Nobody's safe.
If you come then please don't drop your guard.
Nobody's safe.
If you come you're messing with a star.
Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe.
Never fall back. We will stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Ha. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Come up with a game plan. Double XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we will stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never vaulted. Came with the hands out, get them off us. On 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Careful, whatever you bring me getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies or facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back.
Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Soon as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Make no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, so we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We innovate, we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say, come out the cave. They see the blood on our shirt, they see the teeth in the face. They watching tape, still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play, they sending snakes. They trying to give us a curse, they want us taking a bait. But that's okay, we keep on dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay, blocking the way. Thinking we flipping reverse, but we keep rushing the gate. Stopping the rain, we know they sit on the throne. It's looking easy to take, we not afraid. We put the fear in their bones, ain't no more running away. They trying to chase, they trying to follow our steps. They trying to copy the wave, boy that's so lame. That's why they keep getting curved, you gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work, like this is minimum wage. Boys you crazy, why you keep feeding the beast? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe. Don't start. Nobody's safe. If you come then please don't drop your guard. Nobody's safe. If you come you're messing with a star. One, two, three. Nobody's safe. Yeah, yeah. Nobody's safe. No, I do this for my folks, for my mama and my pops. I don't care if you the cops, anybody could get boxed. If you aiming for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I stretch out these hands, then prepare to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was there for your friends. They my fans.
Jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team will do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene.
Massacre, as soon as you have the nerve to try to step to me, I will snatch your turf. And matter of fact, scratch that, I will snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete, I'm not in a class with earth. My boys are down the ball if I say the word. The team is down the hall if I call the serve. I snap them, best believe that a massacre. Nobody's safe. Don't start. Nobody's safe. If you come then please don't drop your guard. Nobody's safe. If you come you're messing with a star. One, two, three. Nobody's safe. Yeah, yeah. Nobody's safe. Yeah, yeah.
Triple XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need a hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never
लेफ्ट रहा डे पुश பண்ணுங்கடா
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है जाना किधर है
वीडियो ஐயோ மச்சான் ரிவைவ் பண்ணு
What revive? I don't understand, bro.
No.
यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग
shoot guys मचान
क्या कर रहे हो यार?
நீங்களாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துங்களேன்டா
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार ऐसे कैसे चलेगा
உங்கறால தான்டா தோத்தோம்
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी?
IPL champion of CSK.
மாஸ் மச்சான்
ஐயோ தல yes
Yellow Army, bro.
சி லாங்குவேஜ் இல்ல சிஎஸ்கே இருக்கு மச்சான்
गाइस बंदे
come on அவன சுடுங்கடா
come on
man nice shot man
well played guys
yeah
bro CSK skins
இது நம்ம கொலாபுடா
Now we don't need call outs. Just whistle podu.
BGMI ஆடு whistle போடு
Every legend starts somewhere. Unleashing madness with method.
This is the biggest tournament in the history of BGMI.
Raw power meets precision.
So many days of sacrifices. Finally, this is the moment they had been waiting for a long time.
Are you ready to crown the champions?
Welcome back to another exciting day of the Krafton India Esports College Campus Tour Championship, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 2 of the grand finals, and we are going to see what these teams representing some of the best colleges in the country are up to when it comes to their skill set in BGMI. My name is Super Johnny. Joining me right now, it is none other than Phoenix. And Phoenix, yesterday was a phenomenal day. We had a few names that do also represent professional teams in the Tier 1 circuit of the BGMI scene in India, competing and representing their colleges in this college campus tour. And of course, while domination was expected from them, the other teams are not letting them have those free wins that they were hoping for.
Yeah, that was the key yesterday, because once again, some of the teams, they were trying so hard to at least get one chicken dinner at the end of the day, and some teams eventually got the taste of it. But some teams like Endeavour Esports, they were so consistent, but unfortunately weren't able to even secure a single chicken. But that was just the day number 1 of this college campus tour championship by Krafton India Esports. To be honest, a lovely start, Johnny, because I expected some game plan, some mid play, some mindset, some mini plays by these players, and they were absolutely crazy with the mindset. Clearly, it is visible that these players, they watch BGMI Esports so closely that they know that every single second is important.
Yeah, exactly. And as you mentioned, every single second of competition is important. While we did not see those set pieces in action that you were talking about, I think what we did see was the resilience and the adaptability put on display from everyone else. And why not? There's 5 lakh rupee in prize money. The winner walking away with 2 lakh rupees in the bag. The second place team will walk away with a lakh as well. And for a group of boys that are just completing their higher education, that can be a decent amount of chunk to have in the bank while you are focusing on your study. It can give you the vacation money that you're looking for during those off seasons when you have those college breaks. But in order to get to that prize money, you have to be consistent in your BGMI matches that you're playing right now as well. The point structure was on our screens just a few moments ago. But now we move forward to the storyboard, the overall leaderboard, as W2R Esports have secured the first position at the end of day 1, followed by Endeavour Esports on the second. As you mentioned, they did not have a chicken dinner, but they were very consistent in all of the matches that they played. On the third, we have God's Omen, a team that also plays in the professional competitive circuit with the same banner, but the roster that they have for their team in this tournament is completely different. Nonetheless, the players, that's a really high skill level that you have to beat, and it's clearly visible when you notice the disparity that's there between their placement points and the number of finishes that they've gotten. Right behind them, we have players from 9mm Esports, also very talented set of players. They have been very aggressive in their matches yesterday, and we are going to see if they can replicate the same level of performance today on day number 2. On the 5th, we have Desynx, followed by Team RaZr. Again, very impressive team, but as we move forward to the second page of the leaderboard, I think one of the storylines that kind of caught my attention was from a team on the 16th position, Team Gojo, where towards the last few matches where we started to see them step things up. They were focused on survival a little bit more, getting a little bit more aggressive during the late game stages, but that was only the case in the last few maps of Miramar. We're gonna hope things are different for them today. We're gonna hope that they are consistent in all the 6 games that they have on this day number 2. But when we talk about the teams, these are the individuals that have been very impressive. The top players after day 1 concluded. Godlin from Endeavour Esports sits on the first with 18 points to his name. On the second, we have Anuj2OP from the side of God's Omen Esports. On the third, another lad from Endeavour Esports, it's Wind Noob. On the fourth, we have Battlehawks represented by Yamraj OG. And on the fifth, we have W2R represented by HipGod. And again, very impressive set of athletes, very impressive set of players completing their higher education. And over here, looking to showcase that they have that BGMI talent in them as well.
Yeah, but now they have to showcase that talent once again today, especially in these 6 matches. Let's take a look at the schedule. The first map, once again, it's going to be Rondo. You have a lot of opportunity. You will get a lot of opportunities to collect as many finishes as you want and as you can, especially in the early stages. Once the recall is there, once the recall is out, then it all comes down to your natural instincts and your natural playstyle. And then back-to-back-to-back 3 Erangels, and then the final 2 Miramars will be played in the 11th and the 12th map. But once again, to be honest, I think so. The way Endeavour Esports is playing is actually good. Bin Noob, by the way, he was the player in the last Erangel. He was the reason why W2K weren't able to just secure another chicken dinner, because he was playing around the barn houses just towards the northern side of the Snaya Poliana, and he was such a menace. Once again, he's from the team of Endeavour Esports, from IT BBSR, Bhubaneswar, and making your college proud too, making your teammates proud too by just securing some good points, and now you're on the second spot. Looking forward for Endeavour Esports to collect some major points today too. By the way, Fantastic 5, they got a good jump, they took a good leap, they are in the first page, so looking forward for their good game plan today.
Yeah, for those of you who weren't here yesterday, Fantastic Five is Sivansh's favorite team. He has been rooting for them ever since he saw that name. He likes that name a lot, so he's been rooting for them. And Fantastic Five representing IIT Madras in this tournament, in this college campus tour. And of course, I mean, with all of these teams representing their colleges, takes me back to my days where esports back in those days wasn't that big of a thing, and the closest you could get to professional esports was collegiate tournaments. Like, we used to have different titles back then, and now there's a collegiate tournament for BGMI, which kind of can potentially directly feed into the professional circuit if that is what some of these undergrads are hoping for. If you are pursuing a postgrad still in the still playing in this tournament, then of course there are going to be different roles, and of course if you want to showcase your skill set as a professional player, you're going to have to frag your brains out in this tournament. Showcase that individual talent, showcase the experience that you have against the younger athletes within the same lobby, and you never know, maybe Anuj to OP might arrange a conversation between you and his own team. You never know. He's been playing for some of the best teams in the country all this time, and he's playing here, sitting on the second, getting outperformed by a new player from Endeavour Esports. And Endeavour Esports, as you mentioned, another interesting name, yet again very consistent in their performance, but we still have to see, do they have the ability to close out a match? Do they have the ability to secure a chicken dinner? Because again, same as yesterday, I think that last year Erangel concluded because Endeavour Esports got completely off guard. They had the numbers to work with, but it was just one isolated player picked off them and then allowed W2R Esports to secure their second win of the day. So again, you have to be cautious, you have to be paranoid in the endgame circles, even if you have numbers to work with. But it's day 2, it's the day of turnarounds, it's the day of comebacks. Let's see who makes a comeback on that overall leaderboard.
Especially, I want to see that from team like Team Gojo, as you mentioned, right? They were on the last position, but once again, 2 good games, you'll get your things going on. Rondo, once again, it's going to be the perfect map to, start off your day with a heavy lead. Once again, a 15-pointer and another double-digit game will eventually shoot you up towards at least in the top 10, and then you can just figure out your way out to move towards the first page. Once again, it's going to be a very, very heavy day for all these teams who are still struggling, who are like 40 or 30 points behind comparatively to the teams who are already in the podium spot, or maybe they are in the top 5. So once again, to be honest, just play your natural game. Don't overthink, because sometimes thinking costs you your natural play style. Just play it naturally, and there's a possibility you might end up securing a chicken.
Yeah, pretty much. As you said, just focus on what you are doing more than what is happening around you, and that kind of increases your chances of doing better. This is what I always say whenever we are on the professional desk of, well, be it the BGIS or the BMPS, which is about to begin in a few short weeks, that the only thing that you can control in a game of BGMI is your actions, is what you are doing. Are you playing for survival? Well, if you're playing for survival, do you have enough cover? Have you collected enough smokes to lay out cover if you're stopped in the middle of your rotation and you're stuck out into the open? Things like that. If you are in a fight, what is your timing like when you're making that pounce upon the opponent? So what's your timing like when you're making a charge towards a compound that's already under control of the opponent? So the only thing that you can control is your actions, what is happening around you, where the circle is going, where the opponents are moving towards. that is something that you can't really deal with. That is something that you can't really manipulate that much. So you need to focus on your own play style, on your own game plan, and stick to it till the end of the day. Of course, making a few little changes here and there as every map comes to an end is going to be important as well. But again, these lads represent some of the best colleges in the country, so I'm pretty sure their calculations are going to be better than mine, making those minute adjustments, realizing what happened, what went wrong inside of the game as well. And we will just have to see how things take a turn at the end of the day. Day number 2, it's very important. We started the grand finals with 18 matches to be played, and now there are just 12 remaining. 1/3 of the journey is concluded, 2/3 remain, and you're going to complete 1/3 of that chunk today as well. You have to be on point. You have to, if you are not in the top 5 today, you have to try and find that break inside of the top 5. And even for a team like Team Gojo, let's not forget, we kick things off on the map of Rondo. They can swing things in their favor with just one amazing performance on Rondo. If they drop a 25 bomber, if they drop a 30 bomber on Rondo, that can propel them all the way into the top 8 directly.
Yeah, 30 bomber is really possible, especially on a map of Rondo. So once again, can't wait for the first map to start. Also, meanwhile, when we are having this conversation related to the players who can still bounce back as one of the team, it's going to be Team Gojo, and some teams who already got a good position. Endeavour Esports, W2K, Omen, heavily focused on that finish department. 40+ point in just. With the help of those finishes. That's a massive thing, obviously, to talk about. But there is also one team who's playing a bit sneakily and still managed to get a lot of points. That's going to be Battlehawks, one of the players. He was in the top 5 players. So they kind of know that, all right, we don't want all the limelight us, but we're going to be a little bit consistent, that we're going to be around in the top 6 spots. So if after the day 2 end, you might see them in the top 5 and probably in the top 3. But once again, it all comes down to that consistency, and your game plan was good yesterday. It should be better this time.
Pretty much, as you said. They were very sneaky. They're still inside of the top 5. The game plan yesterday worked out quite well for them, keeping them in the chase for the first position, for that lion's share of the prize money. But today you have to be a little bit more precise, because I think W2R Esports, God's Omen, Endeavour Esports, today their goal is simple. They're going to try and see if they can propel them. Or not propel them, actually, if they can build up a little bit of safety cushion within them and what the teams on the 2nd and the 3rd positions are where they are, in fact. So I think a good safety net would be about 25 to 30 points. That's the difference the top will be looking to create. But that is a speculation. Let's see how things are going to turn out. Ladies and gentlemen, we kick off day number 2 on the map of Rondo. Here we go.
Let's get this party started. First of all, we have to take a look at the flight path too, because yesterday it was an interesting one. And all right, starting from the main run, from the northern side of the main run, and heading towards Houghton, and the main plane path is starting from Rinjang towards the northern side of the map. So kind of interesting though. Test track, it's going to be the center of attraction. You have to take a look at Stadium 2 because it's also reachable. Jedana City is kind of a bit far away. Similar can be said for Fountain. But Johnny, I think so everything is sorted out. Once again, teams will move to their favorite part. It seems like the player from W2R, they are moving towards Long Ho. So there is a possibility that they will, or they might play a slow game. Possibility.
Well, let's see. 2 flight paths, multiple opportunities. As you mentioned, there is going to be a dull state for sure. But I think that might happen during the mid-game stages. The early fights, I think we can clearly see the clusters building up. And one of my favorite clusters is going to be towards Neo X Factory and Test Track. It's a big location. It's a big position. You have the high ground advantage if you do manage to take the rooftop control of the Neo X Factory. And of course, there's a cluster present towards the southeastern edge of the play zone as well, but there are just 3 teams there. 4 teams, my apologies, are present. One of the teams is present a little bit to north towards the cluster, so they will have breathing room to work with. But other than that, Neo X Factory, that's where the action is at, and that's where we are going to go. Fantastic 5, Savanj, not a great start for them, taking a lot of early casualties in this game.
Certainly not, and this is not the way you want to start your game, especially on a map like Rondo. But you get that recall possibility, so try to recall your players as soon as possible. Because once again, if your players can get recalled, so as your opponents can do the same thing, so you can easily collect some major finish points. Meanwhile, which has been confirmed, ZF is going to be the person who will be able to secure that finish. So it seems like God's Omen, once again, they're showcasing their true colors, and they love to play like this. They love to play aggressive. On the other side, if we talk about Team RaZr, another impressive team. Suk has been that I think so, the catalyst for the team, because yesterday his rotation was on point. Just because of him, his team made it into the circle. That Miramar map was so good for the players of RaZr. I hope that they will be able to do the same. But if we talk about 4 campus, started off good. And Johnny, I think so, it's quite common. 4 campers, they tend to play good, especially on the map of Rondo. Yesterday, the same thing happened, right? They had a very good head start.
Yeah, I mean, the only good performance they had throughout the day yesterday was on the map of Rondo. Other than that, 4 campers weren't really able to live up to their name. We did not see them survive longer into the matches. Well, not beyond top 8, I believe. That was the best finish we got to see from them consistently. But apart from that, I think 4 campers, let's see, the fighting capabilities looked very solid. It seemed like when it comes down to the firepower within the roster, it's quite sound. And even right now, as we see them fighting their way inside of the New X factory, they are looking to make the pounds. We'll see if their name pops up on that finish feed. But on the other side, this is a team we were talking about at the start of the game, Battlehawks. They are in the midst of a conflict, going up against the side of Team Gojo, all the way from IIM Indore. The old-timely clash between the people from IIT and IIM. Usually you would end up taking your undergrad in one place and going for the postgrad in the other. But anyways, it's the pros from God's Omen who have found a knock for themselves, and it is Anuj to OP looking to see if he can take the first position away from W2R Esports. Adi, he overcommits in that leap, and Anuj drops him like a fly. That's going to be the second point on the board for God's Omen, but it's not over yet. Now the team lies in wait. It's going to be the side of Battlehawks from Narsi Munji College of Commerce and Economics from the Western Conference. And God's Omen, they are going to have to regroup. R2, I believe he has been sent to look out or maybe make his way towards a recall tower, but Anuj on the other front is just looking for those finishes.
He's a hungry player, man. And you gotta do that. Doesn't matter in which situation you are, you have to look out for those particular finishes. But once again, Team RaZr, they got stuck. Anshu just got recalled. Spots out a player. You will try to at least shut him down. The grenade was almost perfect. And my guy barely surviving on just pixel of his HP. But Suk, in fact, Cook, he will heal himself up. Suk, I don't think so. The revival is possible. And now his finish has been confirmed by none other than Z-Lord. Arcane on the other side also faces the brunt. FRAG able to just knock him down, and this is not a situation you would love to see yourself as well as your teammates. FRAG Ninja Esports, Luffy, he's on a job, he's on a roll. He will recall his teammate, but RaZr, he cooked! Knocked out 3 players, and they just gave away their finish to Cook. 2 finishes in his name, and now they're controlling a whole city. What a start!
Yeah, his name is Cook, so you have to let him cook as well. And of course, it's going to be those tasty points that are going to be claimed by him and his teammates. On the other side, NLS Esports from the Western Conference. They're just taking things a little bit slow. Parth ends up securing an easy frag for his team, as Rulzbreakers on the other side of the ridge are just struggling for position. They want to peek the ridge. They want to engage into this fight, but look at the radar. There are a lot of bodies present. And Rulzbreakers from Ames Kalyani from the Eastern Conference right now taking on the players from WasTaken all the way from NMIT from the Southern Conference of Colleges. And I like that name, Chad, but the performance yesterday wasn't very Chad-worthy. So hopefully today he just takes this fight head-on against Rulzbreakers. But Babu's presence, that's a big caution. Chad has backup as well. He has his teammate on the flank. The nade goes out. Babu loses a little bit of his HP, and he has been spotted out as well. And here comes the vehicle. What was that? Where did that buggy go? It just went flying past everyone. Doesn't matter, Babu. He gets knocked out. He gets finished off. And now all the hopes of Rulzbreakers are on the shoulders of Biscuit.
Tiger already ran away, Biscuit. You got to survive in this situation. Slowly and steadily moving towards that a little depth. Spots out a player. The spray is perfect. Just eat him alive. And yes, Endeavour Esports losing out Godlin, the #1 player. Got instantly knocked out. Biscuit weren't able to survive. And now he also got knocked out. Blaster on the other side. His position has been revealed. The team, they are trying to hunt them down. Endeavour Esports once again. This team is from IIT Bhubaneswar. One of the strongest team in this lobby, by the way. Stoop. Could be a whole lot of troubles here. Switches back to S12K, missing few shots. Instantly confirms that particular finish. Switches back to the grenade. Chad got spotted out. The grenade could do wonders. Chad, they're not in a good position, but at right time, he switches back to a default position steer. Blaster, in fact, losing out a lot of his HP. Trying to dwindle down his opponents, and he caught one more! Chad has been... He has to go big, otherwise he might lose out on the whole squad. Blaster, what a crazy performance, but has been knocked out.
Let's see. Time for the players of 9mm to chime in. They're not going to allow WasTaken to reset. And Chad in the backlines, he's still struggling. 9mm, they have been impressive. Dustin, his performance on Miramar yesterday was phenomenal as far as individual skills are considered. And look at those Molotovs. The utility from Abhinav ends up securing a knock. Easy finish conversion coming through. 3 elimination points secured by 9mm Esports. And this is another team that right now sits in the top 5, looking to see if they can dominate day #2 of the grand finals of this college campus tour. 3 points within the first few minutes of Rondo. That's a decent start, but we'll have to see where they end up. If they can finish in the top 5 of this match as well, that should be enough to keep them in a safer position on the overall leaderboard. But Team Gojo, they are kind of stuck. Look at that. There's a few bodies present in the cluster of compounds in Danching, and then there's an entire team rotating from the northern side. But it's quite surprising. We are just done with the first stage of the game, and 2 complete teams have been wiped out from this game. We're already down to 14 teams, 56 players surviving.
That's a very interesting start, by the way. Yesterday, all the teams, they were a bit cautious, and we saw in the early till the second stage, all teams were there. But can't say the same thing today, because now we already lost 2 of our teams. Bad start for those 2 teams. But we talk about Endeavour Esports, Blaster securing 3 finishes. It's a very good number. Tanking some of the damage of the blue, but once again, it's just the second zone. You got 20 bandages, you got the painkillers, you also got the energy drinks in your backpack, so it's not going to be a problem. But it is a big problem for those teams who are finding themselves on the receiving end. Ernest 2OP got knocked out, and he went firm by none other than Wizards Hipgod, and we all know which team that is. That's going to be W2K, W2R, representing Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Technology. Beautiful, beautiful frag.
Oh, and W2R, it seems like their struggles aren't really slowing down. Kayansh knocked out. Adi's HP very low, on the verge of hitting the floor. But Hipgod is a player that's there in the top 5 players from day #1. Right now has spotted out the man, the threat in the distance, and he's trying his level best to create some cover. Make sure he doesn't fall along with his teammate as well as W2R Esports. They're looking to recover. This is going to be interesting. Team number 15, Team Gojo, they can surround them right now. Look at Jack Sparrow moving in as well. And if W2R, they get pinned in the open like this, then the late game, it's going to be completely ruined. But on the other side of things, we do see Team Gojo still losing players. Team Gojo is not really doing well. They were too far away from each other. Look at where Broken is. Look at where Gojo himself is. And I think it is going to be an early exit, even in this match, for the players of Team Gojo.
Oh, another bad ending for the players of Team Gojo. Expected them to at least outshine in this map, but unfortunately, they lost. And still, you got some more maps. You still got 5 more maps for the day. You can still deliver. You can still get some major points. But it's going to be a tough day for you guys. Team Gojo sending positive vibes to you guys. But now we talk about 13 teams, 4 campers. One of them 8 finishes is a very solid number, by the way. 4 campers, as just mentioned, Johnny, that yesterday they had a very good start. But that start ended here only in the map of Rondo. Couldn't able to continue that particular performance in Erangel's as well as in Miramar's. But we talk about, at least in this map, they are looking forward to get some major chunk. Try to hit a 15 to 20 pointer. I think so that would be a good number for this team.
Well, let's see if they are going to be able to achieve that target. I mean, Rondo is the one place where you can drop those big numbers quite easily because of the opportunity and the multitude of fights that present themselves, but you have to be very precise with how you take those fights and make sure that you are the ones coming out on top. And look at that, God's Omen have a nice little base set up towards the southwestern edge of the circle. Right now, eyeing the players of W2R Esports right in front of them, but the terrain not really allowing them an opportunity to fight. On the other side, 4 campers, 9 eliminations on the board, about to hit double digits. And do not let the name mislead you. 4 campers, they aren't really campers at all. That's why Rondo is the map they perform the best on, and they pick off 1 man from the side of W2R as well. 4 campers. Again, from GNIT, representing the East, doing quite well for themselves on the map of Rondo, just like yesterday. But again, we spoke about this. They play Rondo pretty well. It's the other maps that they struggle on, and I'm hoping today Erangel, they find the answer to what went wrong on Erangel, because that is what will be important for them. But Dope, in the meanwhile, taking free shots on the players of Fantastic 5. He has found an opening as well. And Fantastic 5, now the question is, can they recover? Can they bring their fallen comrade back into play? It's not going to be easy. The blue zone pressure is going to make things worse.
Some random tap shots by Dope, trying to pin down the team who are on the receiving edge. Desynx Esports, by the way, yesterday they had a very good game, stole a chicken dinner right in front of the faces of their opponents. Meanwhile, Desynx, they're looking good. They're still trying to move inside the circle. They just need some area to work with. And yeah, got stolen. 2 of the players already got knocked out. Katsuya Cutie and Zoom. They are the only 2 players surviving from Desynx Esports. Katsuya once again taking some damage. Try to heal himself up. But you gotta lose out on at least 1 player, because I don't think so. There is a possibility of reviving your teammate, your fallen comrade. Oh, alright. Your teammate has done the job, so you're just trying to collect some extra information. But on the other side, Mystical Wave, 5 finishes. Bros is still in his vehicle, trying to collect some extra information. Meanwhile, there are gatekeeping for some teams, although their sidelines, it's jam-packed, but their backlines, it's completely cleared.
Well, let's see. Long distance spray coming from Mystical Wave. Mystical Wave yesterday had a decent outing in one of the games, but overall their journey wasn't that great. Hoping to do a little bit better today. Stuck on the southeastern edge of the circle. Mystical Waves all the way from IIT Guwahati. And this time I think this is their perfect time to third party this fight, as Desynx Esports from Assam Engineering College, also from Guwahati, We're stuck in a fight with Desynx Esports. They get eliminated in Mystical Waves. They just stay behind cover, not really wanting to engage. Now finally we see Reflex Bro charge forward, but he's all alone. He needs a little bit of cover. He needs his teammates alongside with him. Alright, Desynx Esports are still there. I did not see them on the radar.
Yeah. Still surviving though. Barely. There was a position when they got stuck against two teams, but they somehow managed to revive their own teammates. But fantastic 5. That's going to be the final end. It seems like for that team getting eliminated on the left 11th position. Meanwhile, Luffy also falls. FRAG Ninja Esports also not looking in a good position though. And Lark able to just secure that finish. That's a bit of a bummer there. I thought he was in a very good position. Although a fight has been banned out between Team RaZr as well as Endeavour Esports. These two teams pretty close to each other. Lark on the other side spots out another players of FRAG Ninja Esports, Wish barely surviving. Walker just 20% of his HP. Battlehawks once against another team who is showcasing some good BGMI. Pretty close to the circle, just 5 meters away. You got a good smoke advantage and got a good rich cover, so you can work around that. But this circle is actually deadly. 5th stage and 10 teams.
Stage 5, 10 teams still remain. 30 players still alive. Battlehawks, they're one of those squads fighting for control of the southwestern edge. Unfortunately for them, they have to take on the side of Endeavour Esports. Endeavour Esports have been phenomenal, let's not forget about it. And Lark, he's stuck on this ridge. Look at that, Endeavour Esports finding openings, finding the frags. Lark all of a sudden the last man alive. This is not going to be easy. The vehicles pass him by and he's going to be spotted out as well. He was looking for a trade but fails to find one. Gets finished off, and that is the end of the journey for Battlehawks. No more fights left in them for the map of Rondo. Endeavour Esports looking to take the first position away from W2R at the end of Rondo. What a phenomenal push. What a phenomenal bounce coming through.
Endeavour Esports, that's the type of gameplay we are expecting from you, and now just delivering it so beautifully. But you're going to close out this match. That is the main requirement. From yesterday, you were struggling to even just get some good points. Get that chicken dinner. 10 total points in terms of placement. But Seraph on the other side, he also got knocked out. I don't think so you should worry about that because he's pretty close to his teammates. But Broken, bring down some bullets inside that smoke. Found some hit marks. About to follow that, but decided not to. 9mm Esports on the other side. They got a very good split, by the way, Johnny. It's a 2+2 split where they are controlling the northern side of the map. And their backlines is also clear. So I like their approach.
Well, 9mm taking things slow, but not extremely slow. 4 eliminations points secured. Abhinav putting up phenomenal numbers on the board so far as individual performances go. 3 finishes on the board for him. But they are going to have to be cautious. Mystical Wave. They weren't cautious enough. An open peak over the ridge and the man gets put down. The knock secured on the other side. God's Omen also struggling. They are losing players. As from the back lines, you have the team in the name of 4 Campus closing in, looking to make that move uphill. And have managed to catch God's Omen off guard. 1 player, Nuts 2 OP already finished off very early. Dope now hits the floor and Zeref, he's there right next to him. Sandwiched between 4 Campus from the south and Endeavour Esports from the north. R2 also gets taken out. God's Omen, it seems like they might be facing an early exit in this map of Rondo.
Not a good ending for them. But still, you gotta hold on. Zeref still hiding inside that depth. Fraggy, he knows that where you are. The problem is that your defensive structure has been completely destroyed. 4 Campers once again keeping an eye. You have to work your way in. 60 meters away. The blue is And still got 30 seconds left. Fracky, now you have to revive your teammates, but also tank some damage. One good grenade, and both the players can get instantly annihilated. Oh, possibility, it's big. It's looking really against the players of 4 Campus. How will they be able to move inside the circle? That's going to be the question.
Let's see. Endeavour Esports, 9 finishes on the board. Oh, and this could be another squad wipe handed to them. There it is. 12 eliminations secured. The shotgun goes off, and at that range, there will be no escape. Easy finishes converted by Endeavour Esports as they find themselves in the top 7. But Nuclear, he wanted to make that pounce. He got greedy, trying to go for Zerif from the side of God's Omen, but from the flank, gets completely shut down. Endeavour Esports from IIT Bhubaneswar doing a phenomenal job in this game, and I think as we were talking about it, Sivanch, this is the game where they take the first position away from W2R, and they might be able to build a safety cushion for themselves as well. We were talking about the 30 bomber. They have 12 eliminations on the board. They need 8 more, but as soon as we focus attention on Endeavour Esports, they start losing players. Now all of a sudden they're down to the last man. What happened?
Once again, all the players, they have done their job. It all comes down to the final lad. He just needs to be a bit careful. So at least get into the top 5, and that's it. It will work. But the problem is, Johnny, that it's a triple axle. If you are making any move, you have to be careful of the counter attack. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, so you have to wait for that reaction. Team RaZr, Anshu spots out the player. The spray is crazy. Dustin, false shots. And now he is almost done. The first map at least. Team RaZr also moving forward with some good points, but they got pinned down by the players. Team number 15, that's going to be Team Gojo. Interesting way to move up.
Team RaZr, they have the high ground under the control, and I always like this high ground control positions. You get a lot of vision of the fields down below, but Team RaZr, they are lacking elimination points. That's what they need to start looking for right now. And 9mm Esports, as we mentioned, extremely slow, extremely steady with their journey. They've made it to the top 4 of this game, which is 4 finish points. And this would be the time where they need to start racking up eliminations. Alpha, he spotted out the players of Team RaZr on the slope of the hill. Shots being taken, but no contact found. Team RaZr, they are pushed towards the edge. But 9mm Esports, they need to claim as many finish points in this end game as possible. Otherwise, even a chicken dinner Rondo is not going to be worth it if you're just ending with 4 or 5 finishes at the end of the game.
This will not fill your stomach, not fill your tummy. The greed still has to be there. You got to find some more finishes. Abhinav on the other side, hiding inside the small shack though. His team, they got a good split. Possibility of them securing a chicken dinner, it's quite huge. Once again, 9mm Esports from GB Pan TSEU from the north zone. Team RaZr creating the big wall of smokes. Some extra covers too, but Anshu, the Gojo, the spray was good. Sook has been spotted out. Cook has been instantly cooked alive. Clutch God even falls short, and it all goes to Clutch God. And even Cook too, but he also goes down. 9mm Esports, they are in top 2. Team Gojo, it's going to be a very deadly fight. 2 against 4.
It's a 2 versus 4 situation. Team Gojo this time turning things around. Quite a big contrast to how things went for them yesterday. Today in this map of Rondo, 12 eliminations secured so far, and they are in the top 2. It doesn't matter if they win the chicken dinner or not. They will have 18 points minimum from the end game. And that is what they were hoping for. These 18 points, I think Team Gojo will find themselves closing in on the top 8 of the overall leaderboard. But then again, the rest of the day, they need to be consistent. 9mm Esports, 5 finishes for them. If they win this game, they are going to have well, 7. And even with the chicken dinner, they are going to be at a grand total of 17 points. That's going to be less points than what Team Gojo has already. This is why finishes are important on Rondo. And with how the players of 9mm are moving, I think, yeah, if they make a single mistake, they might just miss out on the chicken dinner as well. Alpha on the flank. I think that is the man that Team Gojo need to shut down, and they need to shut him down right now.
Broken. Too far away from the save zone, by the way. 50 meters in the 8th stage. And you're already... You can see that there's a player, Alpha, just waiting for you to come out from your safe area. And he will try to strike you down. 3 players inside the safe zone from 9mm Esports. Broken is making his way into the circle. 30 meters, that's it. A vehicle has been utilized by Gojo. A Dacia slammed into the tree, got spotted out, tanked some damage, but Broken. He spots out the player, the spray is not even good. But oh no, he connects it! It was even better, but unfortunately that was just a trade, and now it all comes down to Gojo. He will fight for his life, spots out the player, there's some damage, but the position has been revealed, and the confirmation is going to be here in front of our eyes. 9mm securing the first chicken dinner of the second day. What a start for Team Gojo too.
Yeah, it's a good start. It's a good start for both these two teams, Team Gojo as you mentioned and 9mm. 9mm, a squad that was already doing quite decent on the overall leaderboard. As we mentioned, I mean, this team might not be aggressive, but they're very consistent, because of which they found themselves in the top 5 on the overall leaderboard at the end of day 1. But on the other side of things, Team Gojo, yesterday I think Miramar was where they started to build up momentum, but they were still sitting on the 16th position on the overall leaderboard at the end of day 1. But after this game of Rondo, I think all of that is going to change. They got very aggressive, which is something that I personally like, and I hope that they keep the aggression going into the next few maps, especially the Erangels. You play 3 Erangels every single day, and you need to make sure that you're consistent on Erangel. If Team Gojo can average out about 7 to 8 points every single Erangel, I think they can end the day potentially inside of the top 5.
There is a possibility of, them doing that, but once again, Johnny, consistency every single time. Whenever we have to answer this question, whenever we have to tell a story of a team who is struggling, the answer is consistency. And in this at least game, some teams actually showcase that. So I think that's going to be a very good example for other teams too, that hey, you still got a chance. Yeah, Rondo is a map which eventually forces you to play aggressive and sometimes try to get as many finishes as you can. Yes, you did that. Endeavour Esports, unfortunately, they had a bit of a weird start. They just found some players individually got knocked out by different teams, but as a group, they played good. Blaster, kudos to him, fighting against a whole squad eventually in the center of the circle. But how this whole map panned out, let's take a look at the highlights. And I think so we might see those particular footages too, where some players were just actually going bonkers. But Johnny, the important factor is this is the way I thought this whole game will start, and yeah, Rondo just started off perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, it was very exciting Rondo. I think a lot of comebacks that we did not expect have taken place on this map of Rondo, and a lot of tumbles also that we did not expect have taken place. For example, Rulzbreakers getting taken down early. Endeavour Esports, although have been very consistent at quite contrasting to them, is going to be W2R Esports, who I have to say were taken out comparatively earlier than I expected them to, and I don't think they had a lot of eliminations as well, so Endeavour Esports might just be the ones sitting on the first position now when we have a look at the overall leaderboard. Battlehawks, they have lost their momentum as well. Hopefully they can recover in the upcoming matches.
Yeah, hope so. I would love to see that, because once again, Battlehawks is going to be a prominent team in this particular event, because once again, they are doing a fabulous job, by the way. They just created a vacuum yesterday, which was just playing eventually a bubble, which was just playing around that only, and it was quite successful. Super effective strategy, by the way. But if you talk about the MVP, has to be FRAG from 4 Campus, eliminating 7 players, 47% contribution in this game. Good start for this lad though, and especially for his team too. Yesterday also showcased some good plays, and now doing the same thing. Good start, man. Once again, you just have to continue this play style.
Yeah, pretty much. As you mentioned, you have to keep this going. You have to try and make sure that you do not lose this momentum. For Campus, they were also another team that was very impressive, but again, taken out with not a lot of placement points from this game. They were able to secure a lot of eliminations, and hopefully those elimination points keep them in the fight for the 2 lakh rupees at the top of the leaderboard. But with that being said, we have the match rankings on our screens. Team Gojo with 18 points, 4 Campers with 18 as well. 9mm, they weren't really able to secure a lot of eliminations, 17 points to their name. You have Endeavour Esports with 14, Team RaZr with 11. You have Mystical Wave with 11 points as well, just 1 placement point to their name. But some of the other leaderboard leaders in the form of W2R, just 1 point secured. God's Omen with just 7 points to their name, I think, and Battlehawks as well with just 4 points. This turnaround is what makes the rest of the day very interesting to follow as to what is going to happen, which team will climb up on the overall leaderboard. Now that remains to be seen as we move forward with the Erangels next.
Oh, it's going to be a really interesting day, by the way, because once again, if you're securing the second dinner, still end up on the 3rd position, because some of the players, they just aimed you in terms of those finishes. Yeah, it just works. Endeavour Esports, RaZr played good. Fantastic 5 still in the 2nd page, but alright, just work. Endeavour Esports, as you just mentioned, without even securing a single chicken, you are in the 1st position with total 75 points. W2R 69 total points, but despite just securing 2 chicken dinners. So it just, you know, if you're gonna just add up this particular number, so Johnny, it's quite simple that in just 7 games, in 2 of them you eventually got 2 chicken dinners, and in the other 5 you just got 9 placement points. And to be honest, that's not a good number, because if you want to be the champion, if you want to win this tournament, you have to perform very well, especially you have to focus on that placement points. But for Campus, a hugely 40 finishes and total 48 points. Damn, this team is actually good.
Yeah, 4 Campers, they've taken a massive leap, and they need to keep the ball rolling, because you look at the top of the leaderboard, Endeavour Esports at 75, that's a big distance that you have to cover. But Team Gojo, they have taken a big leap as well. They were 16th, and now they are 11th. They can easily close in on the teams inside of the top 8. All they need to do is just be consistent in the upcoming games. On the other side of things, I think Mystical Wave, the climb is slow, but hopefully they just keep on climbing. Fantastic 5, Sivansh on the 15th.
Yeah.
Do you have any pointers for them?
I think so. You know, guys, just gotta lock in this particular map, especially in this Erangels. I know you guys are actually fantastic in the map of Erangel, so just showcase your true play style and dominate the whole lobby. I'm just hoping for these lads to, you know, once again surprise us with some good strats, and that's it. Hoping for them to outshine, especially I can say the same thing for Battlehawks, because these 2 teams, once again, both the teams, they are on the 2nd last and the 3rd last position. Talked about them in the pre-game segment, and now you're stuck. I bet it's not Castle Curse.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good for them. But luckily for them, again, because of how interesting this overall leaderboard has been made after the map of Rondo, with a lot of teams on the latter half of the leaderboard catching up, I think for them as well, it's not going to be too difficult if you can get 10 to 15 points in one of the games of Erangel. That propels you into the 40s. And I think you need to make it happen within the very next game itself. If you do not do that, then it becomes tougher and tougher as you keep moving on with the matches, because, again, margin for error is getting taken away. You do not have a lot of games remaining to catch up, and whatever needs to be done right now. Well, the perfect example would be Team Gojo, who all of a sudden now can potentially find a break in the top 8 with the very next game. So let's see how that goes.
Let's see how that goes. But once again, after this break, we will bring the Erangel map, and then we will see 3 Erangels in a row. We'll be right back after a very short break.
BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
मैं भाई कुत्ते गए अबे हमार जाएगा सब लोग लाइन में खड़े सुन
पहले मैं चल निकल
টিকিট 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 দাদা লবি টিকিট কোথায়
আছে তো দাদা কতবার কাটবো করবো লড়বো জিতবো
KKR है तैयार नाइट का फाइट कोलकाता का प्राइड
पर्पल में दिल गोल्ड में है जीत KKR ऑन रिपीट नाइट हो या डे नाइट्स आर हियर टू स्टे
चुप एकदम चुप इस बार ये डिनर हमसे कोई नहीं छीन सकता कोई भी नहीं
KKR का स्वैग नाउ इन बैटल ग्राउंड
आर्मी कॉन्करर
आर्मी KKR
Never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you won't get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, get in hand. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah. Never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. Never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. No lies off facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We never fall back. We never fall back. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back.
Nobody's safe. As soon as we step out the cage, we face the stakes. Make no mistake. Either you stay in your place or we put in your place. We put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change. Pace. Infinite work. That's why we stay getting paid. We're running late. We moving on to the next. You still been stuck in the phase. There's no debate. We draw the line in the sand. We say it straight to your face. They underrate till we put the team on our back. We took the city to state. What it's gonna take? Another X on our chest. Another beat in the grave. We innovate. We always switching it up. They get what they want to say. Come out the cave. They see the blood on our shirt. They see the teeth in the face. They running tape. Still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play. They see the snakes. They trying to give us a curse. They want us taking a bait. But that's okay. We keep on dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay. Blocking the way. Thinking we flipping reverse. But we keep rushing the gate. Stopping the rain. We know they sit on the throne. It's looking easy to take. We not afraid. We put the fear in their bones. Ain't no more running away. They trying to trace. They trying to follow our steps. They trying to copy the wave. Boy, that's no name. That's why they keep getting curved. You gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim. That we not giving them birth. Like this is minimum wage. Boys, you crazy. Why you keep feeding the peace? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. If you come, you're messing with us. For my mama and my pops, I don't care if you the cops, any.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. It was an exciting start to day number 2 of the Krafton India Esports College Campus Tour Championship. The Rondo definitely helping a lot of the other teams that were struggling on the overall leaderboard to catch up. But now, since that is out of the way, we move forward with the upcoming maps. 3 Erangels and 2 Miramar remain on day number 2. And for the next game, joining me, it is going to be none other than Spartus. Spartus, an exciting state of affair. Endeavour Esports have taken the first position away from W2R without any chicken dinner to their name still, and we are hoping to see the chicken dinner. But before that, it would be exciting to see the other teams catch up.
Well, it is more about consistency at this point, and seeing Endeavour, they are, I would say, the epitome of consistency. The way they have been playing, no chicken dinners, but making sure they always end up in somewhere top 6, top 7, and getting those placement alongside those finish points. There are teams who are very focused on just getting either side of the spectrum, be it finishes or be it just the placement, but Endeavour has been balancing out really well. But now when we move to the map of Erangel, the flight path is still pretty annoying. It is day number 2 and it has not changed a thing. Yesterday it was completely eastern dominated, either southern side, basically just focusing on one end of the map, and for today it is pretty much the same situation.
Yeah, it's still pretty much the same. The flight path annoying the heck out of everyone. A northern flight path. And I'm hoping for a southern circle, one towards Novorepnoy. It's going to make things worse for everyone. It's going to force a lot of early action, but OneShot Esports, they have been avoiding early action since the beginning of time itself. And again, this time starting from the Stalbakameshki Hill, close to them are going to be RaZr Esports in Yasnaya Poliana. There's another squad, the squad of NLS, dropping just east of Yasnaya, avoiding any conflict. But a massive cluster of teams towards Georgiopol and of course towards Rozok School and school apartments. I wonder, are we going to see any early fights over there?
Just waiting for some early collisions, because this is definitely one of those places where we tend to see some early drop clashes. And there have been teams around, although there's a possibility that they don't engage, and something like this we have seen yesterday as well. Despite the fact teams were in close proximities, everyone decided to play a little bit safe in the first initial phase of the game. Somewhere down the line, just giving more emphasis on the placement. And I guess today will be the same day, especially for the teams who are somewhere on the second pages, because they know they still have hopes to make it to the first. Just getting some more points today, having a good start overall for the second day. We know there are still a lot of matches remaining, and performing well on the Erangel is one of the things they are looking out for. As for Team W2R, I would say one of the most dominant squads right now. They have the chicken dinners, they have the FRAGs, but this is one of those teams where if things turn out wild in the first few zones, they end up losing the entire momentum.
Well, that is true. I mean, that is what they have to be cautious about. Not getting taken out super early into this match. But W2R, I think panic might have set in after losing the first spot away to Endeavour Esports. Well, let's see how things are going to turn out for them. Threat lurking nearby in the side of Query. And the team they're up against is going to be FRAG Ninjas Esports from Central Institute of Technology. And well, FRAG Ninjas, they're going to be the first one taking a hit over here. Adi finds the opener, but from the backlines, Luffy looking for a trade. It's not going to end well for FRAG Ninjas. They've lost 2 in this fight. And W2R Esports, they are not going to be satisfied with that. They're looking for more. Walker, he's going to be stuck on the low ground as well. Krish maintaining vision. And they've cut Luffy completely off in the backlines. I think FRAG Ninjas Esports, they need to start thinking of ways to escape, ways to evade this pressure. Found a vehicle, spray comes through from Krish. No contact, and he runs out of ammunition in that Scarel. That's the saving grace that FRAG Ninjas have, but will they be able to survive? A big question.
They are still getting chased down, and there is Arcane God in the close proximity, and he will get dealt with as well. Things aren't looking good for FRAG Ninjas. They were caught off guard in this ruins area. The Query, rather. And W2R, they have been playing it pretty well. Just never gave their positions away. Just held their ground until the very last moment. And got 2 free frags to start things off. And FRAG Ninjas, things are looking still dicey for them. Even yesterday was the same story for them. They tend to lose at least one single player in the first phase, and today is no different.
Well, as you said, it's no different today as well. But fantastic 5. I think this is a team that's broken Sivanch's heart. He was expecting them to do well. The struggles continue, but we were talking about this. If you can do well on the 3 Erangels that you get every single day, that itself gets you a respectable finish on the overall leaderboard. And let us not forget, there's 5 lakh rupee prize money on the line. That's the total prize pool. And the better you finish, of course, the more chunk of that prize money you walk away with. And I think that is something that Fantastic 5 need to keep in mind.
Yeah. And they have the potential to make things happen in their favor. We have seen Smokey, Bamboo Boy taking good charge and making sure they deal enough damage to the opponents, but consistency is where they are lacking. But similar things cannot be said for this squad. God's Omen. What a team they were yesterday, and they made sure every match was a fruitful one for them. Securing at least 10 or 12 pointers on an average, making sure they end the day in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard, and starting things strongly in every map. Just want to see if they can continue with the same rhythm on today as well. Because God's Omen, W2R, Endeavour Esports, these 3 teams have a competition of their own.
Yeah, of course. But God's Omen, I mean, the one thing they were focusing on, the aggression, it's not played out too well for them in that previous game. And I believe they might be looking to compensate for that in the remaining matches, but it's not going to be easy for sure. Still trying the level best to look for finishes, controlling Pochinki. This is the position where I think a few of these players do start off from when they're playing their competitive matches as well. And even in this tournament, opting for Pochinki.
No early fights as of now, no contact being taken by so many other teams. Despite the fact almost everyone had some sort of drop clashes, they spotted the players in the close proximities, but everyone decided not to engage. But there's, I guess, almost a minute or so remaining before we see the early fights going on. And as we talk about early fights, it is Gojo who has been knocked down, and Abhinav has been traded at the very same time. Another fight brewing up, and this time the players are in cover, so it will be very difficult for the other team to just knock them over. Although Team Gojo was pretty brutal in the map of Rondo. Let's see if they can deal enough damage right now to 9mm as well.
But Team Gojo, they've done phenomenal in the matches they've played so far. Gojo knocked out in this game. This could be trouble. I think we were hoping to see this team climb up to the top 8 after how they've played on Rondo. But now surviving on Erangel is becoming a little bit of a challenge. Look at that, as you mentioned, 9mm. They have them surrounded. Shots being taken by the players of Team Gojo, but they're still not successful in finding a trade. Although recovery was swift. Gojo, he's gotten a revive and he's back on his feet looking for another fight. Abhinav from the side of 9mm has been dropped extremely low, but that high ground advantage will keep him safe from the threat. And Broken, he needs to be cautious. He's surrounded. Do they know where he is? I think they do. Now they've heard the footstep, and there it is. Another player hits the floor. Team Gojo, where they recovered one, they lost one.
It's just not looking good for them at this point, and the player who has been knocked down was not even in a position to get revived or some sort of cover. They will eventually lose it out, and now Team 9mm, they are trying to just maybe surround them from multiple angles.
Right, Gojo still scouting for position. And I think again, if you've lost a player, incentive to fight or to keep on fighting gets taken away. So they have to try and see if they can evade this fight, evade this action. Just
hold up. Did we see Dolphin getting knocked out by the play zone?
Oh.
It's the first stage. How are players getting knocked by the play zone?
I mean, could have lost track of time. Late
Ouch.
rotations coming through. Maybe he's just in the middle of the lecture, just completing his assignments as he plays in a tournament. Could be the case as well. Anyways, I think not a good time to be a Battlehawks fan, as they are getting taken out very swiftly at the hands of Endeavour Esports. Where's that fight happening? I mean, towards the northern side of Ruins, where Endeavour Esports is, and yeah, Battlehawks down to the last man already.
Well, things aren't looking good for them, but now, looking at the play zone, a very western-sided shift. Not the best place to have the hideouts and the compounds. Not many teams are familiar with that territory when it comes to playing glass zones, and this is definitely going to be one of those matches where the clashes will start sooner or later, because moving into that play zone is going to be really difficult. And if we talk about the clashes, it has already begun, and Gojo, they have been surrounded yet again. This time from a different team, although they are 3 men strong. Let's see what they can pull off from here, and it is 9mm rather. Still trying to close down distance. They have to move into the play zone. They are fighting it out. Although it is just the second stage, so they can take some chip damage, but Team 9mm, they are deciding to just take some more bold decision, trying to fight them head on. Ditonex still trying to lob a grenade, unable to find any timings as of now, but another grenade launched in. No damage dealt, and 9mm, they are just surrounding the players, yet unable to find a body.
They aren't really able to, as you mentioned, find the picks. This really could be a troubling affair. Team Gojo proving a little too difficult for 9mm to deal with, and oh no, through the windows they found a brilliant angle to work with. Gojo falls. There's the trade 9mm were looking for, and this is the smarts of the esports athletes that we were talking about. They know which angles they can work with, they know the positions that can give them the edge, and Team Gojo, they might have fallen into a trap. There's another team closing in, Team RaZr, you see them crossing the bridge. And they would want to be a part of the action and the conflict as well.
Another play zone is chipping them even more damage. Slowly and steadily, you have to move to the next one. The healings aren't that big in number, so they have to be very cautious on how much time they spend outside the play zone. And the moment they step out of the building, they have to deal with 2 different teams, and Team RaZr, they are on the vehicle, so they will have the upper hand in just moving up ahead and zone keeping the other side, because they exactly know where the battles are going on. It's a decision to make for so many of these teams, and on the other side of the spectrum, it is Team WasTaken, who is in yet another battle. Although it is a pretty passive one. They have sorted the players, just not taking charge as of now. Trying to play for the placement, but sooner or later, you have to just give up your cover and fight the players head on.
Let's see, WasTaken. They're trying to take down their opponents and not be the ones that were taken out. Not really a great journey for WasTaken so far. The representatives from NMIT struggling on the overall leaderboard right now. Endeavour Esports in the distance. WasTaken, they've taken a few shots, but they need to be cautious. There's a team right behind them that can cause trouble, and well, as soon as we talk about them, they turn their heads toward Desynx Esports. Few shots fired. Stoop does manage to make a few connect, but not enough damage to the opponents. They will be safe.
Team Gojo still waiting for all the play zone movement, and they still have one player pinning them down. Although the condition is not looking good for them. Finally, they will jump to the vehicle and try to just escape from this area, and Gojo, he is on very low HP as of now. I am not sure how much healing he got, and if it's not enough, he might get taken down by the play zone. Well, finally, the rotations coming in through, and Team 9mm, now they need to make a move as well. W2R on the other side are in a pretty safe spot. They have one of the water compounds, which is a pretty safe place to stay in at this point. There's not multiple angles that they have to deal with. But Team NLS, they are spread around and just trying to find some picks. The watchtower is one of the best places to win right now. And Thorfinn, he's exactly doing that.
He's just being cautious about the surroundings. Good awareness put on display. Team Gojo, though, Nice little opportunity given to them to reset, and they have taken it with open arms. 3 players still left standing, 2 points secured by the side of Team Gojo, and I think this is where they are going to have to switch to just play for survival rather than just running into fights. They've been pushed away from the edge of the circle. 300 meters for Team Gojo to travel. On the other side, Mystical Wave, 500 meters of distance from them to traverse. And look at that, Spartans. This is going to be a very exciting end game. The circle completely moving towards the western shoreline.
And just look at the players of 9mm there. There is one player who is already in the water body. I'm just seeing if he decided to swim until the very large position. We still have 16 teams standing, so there are a lot of placement points to be accumulated from here on. There have not been a single team elimination despite the fact 14 players have been taken down, and the play zone, it will be 5 players who will get knocked down as well. It is a very drastic shift, and it is creating a lot of chaos for so many of these teams. And Team RaZr in the meanwhile finds yet another knock. Fantastic 5, they are engaging in another battle, and the battles that we were looking out for have finally begun.
Yeah, we were hoping to see these fights, we were hoping to see the action, and there's gonna be an intense one for sure. The fights towards the eastern edge, before that towards the northern edge. Team Gojo taking on the players of Team RaZr. Shots being taken, HP bars being chipped away from the backlines. There's gonna be a third party as well as 4 campers drop Anshu to the floor. That's the breathing room Gojo needed, as they were on the verge of getting wiped out, but no utility on them. Towards the southeast, Mystical Wave finally picking up a fight against Rulzbreakers. 2 knocks have been secured. Biscuit on the run for his life. Will he be able to escape? It's a big mystery as he makes a run into the open field. Can be spotted out. A lot of threat all around him. Look at that, running towards the players of Endeavour Esports. So many shots being taken onto Biscuit, and he struggles to find any sort of cover for himself. Gets very close to the players of W2R. Instant turnaround comes through. Biscuit still trying to evade the pressure, but there's nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. Gets spotted out and gets finished off. The finish being claimed by the players of God's Omen.
Oh, it was just about who will take that finish in their own pocket. Because the way he was running, there was no escaping his death. And now every team is just trying to run to the shore, trying to play in the ridges. But the team like Team RaZr are already there camping their grounds. And the way they are spread, they might be the potential winners of the game, because so many of the teams will move into their area and they will have so many opportunities to take everybody out of this map. Mystical Waves have made it through as well. On the edges, they are having a fight. Desynx Esports, they are trying to spray the people down, but unable to find a knock right now. They are just 2 players on their end. They still have to play it very cautious. The Reflex Bro gets taken out, and now Slash Bro, the last player standing, but not for long. The team will get wiped out. And now Mystical Waves, they have to just suffice on 12th position. Desynx Esports finally making sure that they find enough frags and learning from the mistakes of yesterday. They were a team who secured a chicken dinner, yet finding them on the second page of the overall standings.
Man, oh man. Again, very, very unpredictable how things are taking a turn into this game. Look at this. Look at the radar for a second. A splash of colors. God's Omen taking on W2R, while everyone just lies in wait to see who the victors of this fight are going to be. Zerif, nade after nade, just trying to see if he can finish Krish off without overcommitting. And Krish, the constant in and out inside the shed, forces the hand of Zerif to stay on the edge a little bit longer. And from the back lines, Endeavour Esports chime in. An easy knock secured.
And now God's Omen, they are trying to just take aggressive fights all over the place. The play zone is something that everyone has to deal with, and it is creating a chaos among the teams. But Team RaZr, they are the most favored ones as of now. The edge of the play zone is in their territory. They have the entirety of the play zone that can be captured from that particular ridge out there. They have the first move with advantage in shot, and now Team NLS, they are trying to head-on fight with yet another team. Team Fantastic 5 just trying to make ahead, but again, Being zone camp is not being an easy task. Thorfinn, he has a lot of opportunities to grab all those finishes. And looking at Team NLS, they have the golden opportunity to take the opponent team down.
Oh, NLS Esports. I'm worried they don't have cover to take these fights. That's the only problem. The moment they go out of prone, they're going to be spotted out, and that is what is going to cause a lot of trouble for them. Fantastic 5 on the other side, same goes for them, but NLS Thorfinn is going to be the first casualty of this fight. The nade makes contact, and Bamboo Boy, he's going to look to secure the finish. Well, before the finish comes the second knock, and they force the hand of the players of NLS to just run away. On the other side of things, Desynx taking on the players of God's Omen. They have the numbers in their favor, but the counter nade from Anuj 2OP drops too, and all of a sudden, Desynx Esports, well, there's a little bit of Desynx for their performance. They aren't really able to find those trays, convert those finishes, and God's Omen, they get a reset going for themselves.
But now look at Fantastic 5, they are just entering the play zone by a storm, taking down multiple players from different teams, just not finishing them off as of now. They have a big opportunity to just find those frags when nobody is focused on them. The play zone, it will start showing in the next 30 seconds, and every team who is fighting on the edge, they have to be very cautious of the players barging their area, their compounds, and RaZr, they have to be one of the squads who have the opportunity to take down multiple of those players. They are in the sweet spot, but Desync, they are lacking ammo as of now. Have the high ground advantage, have 5 finishes already, but the matter of fact is, they are just 2 players in their squad. 2 against the world. They are in the prime spot, but with lacking numbers, things are not looking easy for them.
Things aren't looking easy, as you said. But this is the moment where you make a name for yourself as well. And this is where Fantastic 5 can potentially drag themselves out of the ditch of the bottom 6 of the overall leaderboard. Let's see how that turns out. Still playing the Eastern Edge. No cover to work with in a few short moments, and they know that the players from NLS are still in the back lines. Spotted out, few shots taken, the contact is made, and now they know exactly where he is, and there's the spray down, but the finish. Alright, Roshan gets the finish. For a second I thought Anuj 2OP was the one with that finish point in the back.
WasTaken now in the compounds, still holding their ground. They were the team who moved quite early in these regions and have not taken a fight for quite some time. They have 3 finishes, all belonging to one single individual out there. But on the other side, Fantastic 5, they are having a pretty solid game as of now. 6 finishes and in a good spot to move up ahead. They have spotted multiple teams, and they have the rich cover to get into the play zone, but whatever the decision is, they have to take in the next 120 seconds, because the next play zone is going to be pretty much brutal, and WasTaken trying to spray down the players, unable to find contact. But now, Endeavour, the table toppers, are fighting for the first spot. They take down the players of W2R, just finishing them off, and it is just one player standing, and the position is not a safe one for the revival. They have to find the timing, but the grenade is just perfect, and the Endeavour Esports take down their arch rivals. The table toppers will try to reclaim their throne, and they are not giving up. Yet another squad wipe in their name.
Another team shut down, another couple of points picked off, but let's see how far will they be able to take it. Well, the momentum build is there for Fantastic 5. 7 finishes on the board. They made it to the top 5 of this match, just patiently waiting, playing the edges to perfection. And it could all come to an end, because now as soon as they have to cross the road, they are going to be stuck between 2 sides, getting shot at from both the directions. And it's going to be a very difficult sandwich situation to avoid. Frag Ninjas, I think Frag Ninjas have a decent position to work with. They can potentially be on the podium in this game, but I wonder how many finishes do they have.
Yeah, but now the next play zone decides a lot of stuff. Whether it will be towards the compounds or towards the ridge is what everyone is waiting for. Because if it is towards the compounds, WasTaken will have a perfect spot. Similar things for Fantastic 5 as well. They can just mark so many players. But then Team RaZr, will be in a lot of trouble because they have to move from the low ground to the upper side of the game. The next 10 seconds will decide the fate for so many of these teams. And being it so random, you cannot predict where the zone is gonna shrink.
I think that is what everyone's waiting for, and it completely moves towards the shoreline, so even Frag Ninjas are going to be forced outside of their cover along with the players of WasTaken. It's still stage 7. Utility, the smoke grenades are going to be of the utmost importance, especially if you want to try and survive on the shoreline.
But now Team RaZr, they have just one player, I suppose, on the edge of the outer circle. He's waiting to chime on any opportunity he sees, and WasTaken, they are trying to be the early movers for the next play zone. And if things work out for them, they might not get spotted, but Team RaZr, they might be pain when it comes to moving to the next play zone, because they are still undercover, still being hidden in that small area, and every other team is just trying to make a move now.
Not a lot of margin for error remaining. And fantastic 5. They have been fantastic indeed, but now this fight against Frag Ninjas, it's the most important one for them in this entire match. Walker has positioned himself. It's a nice little broken wall to work with, and now finally sees the buggy, but he has been spotted out as well. And Frag Ninjas, I wonder what their reaction to this is going to be. Roshan from the backlines. Hoping to see if he can find contact with the nade, but that's just going to blow up the door, and his teammates are getting taken out. Bamboo Boy loses his life in a position where recovery, it's going to be very difficult, and Roshan, last man surviving for the side of Fantastic 5. Frag Ninjas still have utility to work with. Should not be too difficult for them to find that finish.
Not looking good right now for so many of this team, and Luffy just running out of ammo at the very last second, and now with just 17 bullets in the Scarrel, it looks like he have to just wait for them close range now. It is not the prime spot to play, but now Desynx, with the last player standing, they have to just play it very clever for the placement. 7 players remaining with 4 teams still into the game. So many of the sole survivors playing for this placement. Frag Ninjas, they are in a good spot as well now. Desynx, oh, Zoom, he has always been the last player for his team, making sure not only get the finishes but also the placement. With 10 finishes already in their name and making it the top 3 as well. Desynx, they are having a perfect game, something that were struggling to get away from yesterday, and now finally delivering it out into the top 3. 5 players still standing strong. It is a 1v2v2, and Desynx, they have given up their position. But now Frag Ninjas trying to spot a player, spots one down, and this UMP spray is perfectly accurate, and they will secure yet another finish to the tally.
Well, let's see. Somehow they do end up making it to the podium. I thought Frag Ninjas were done when the pounce was made on them just a few moments ago, but here they are. But I have to say, I think a phenomenal performance coming from the players of Desynx Esports. Their positioning is what's given them these 10 eliminations, and of course the podium as well. Looking for the 11th on the... Should have taken those shots. Alright, not enough ammunition in the M4. Just 10 rounds remain, and he has to make sure that all, at least a few of them are going to be headshots. Otherwise, he can't really do much in the endgame. I was looking to see if he had enough distance for a jump nade, but that does not seem to be the case as well. And WasTaken and Desynx Esports right now just trying to decide who finishes second, who finishes third. Because we know the chicken dinner is going to be claimed by Frag Ninjas.
I just want to see what Zoom Sir do from here. He does not have any bullet to shoot from. All he has is just healings to play until the very last moment, and similar things can be said for WasTaken as well. He's not trying to take a fight, although has enough ammunitions if he has to. Right now he's just playing with time, just sitting in the vehicle, waiting for the play zone to pass on, and Frag Ninjas, they are waiting for their opponent to make a move. They have the smoke wall to just close down the distance, but trying to move in the open can be a very risky task. But now they are picking up that risk. Although no shots have been fired, but now a jump grenade, as you thought, might come in, but will get dealt with pretty easily, and WasTaken will get finished off, and Frag Ninja securing that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, an impressive performance coming through from Frag Ninjas, and I don't exactly remember where they were on the overall leaderboard, but I hope that after this game they find themselves inside of the top 8. It was an impressive run, and of course Desynx Esports is going to be the team that I want to talk about, because Desynx Esports were already doing quite well on the overall leaderboard, and I think this match pretty much helps them get inside of the top 4.
Yeah, and now Frag Ninjas, I think this is their first chicken dinner representing the East Zone and Central Institute of Technology. They will be really happy with the performance they have delivered. They were a team who were looking like they will eventually get a chicken dinner and have the potential to perform really nicely, but just getting unfortunate in certain zone rotations, losing the players in the first 2 stages. But I think this was the game that they were looking out for.
Yeah, pretty much, and I think, as you said, this is the match that they were hoping for, but again, 4 more matches left, so you can't really take things too lightly just because you won 1 game. You have to try and secure as many chicken dinners as possible. Frag Ninjas, I think the struggle on the overall leaderboard was there, so for them it's just about catching up to the rest of the competition. That's what they're trying to do, that's what they're trying to accomplish. And I think one good thing that almost everyone else, almost the entirety of the lobby has going, is the fact that somehow they've figured out how to shut down Gojo, Omen and W2R. I think 2 teams that were just dominating since yesterday have been completely shut down, so that is something that needs to keep on happening again and again, and that's something that almost all the teams together need to put in work towards.
Yeah, that is true. But also, we were talking about Desynx earlier. I just want to see how many finishes they end up getting. I think it was 10 when the last time we saw them, and with top 3, they should have sufficient points to just climb up on the overall tally. Because Desynx is again one of those squads who were getting a lot of 4v4 battles yesterday, but they were not able to finish them off. They were just trying to get 1 or 2 frags at most. But today, they definitely fixed things up, and it was showcasing in their performance.
Pretty much those fixes put on display, but we have the highlights of this match on our screens, and Fantastic 5. I have to say, it's a heartbreak for me that Fantastic 5 weren't able to finish on the podium, because the control, the way they were able to take those fights from the eastern edge constantly, I think stage 4 was when they began, and then they just kept the ball rolling, was very well executed. It was never going to be an easy position to play from, but somehow Fantastic 5 just moved perfectly in sync with the edge of the zone and were able to pick off the right fights at the right time, and they walked away with a decent number of eliminations. Unfortunately for Fantastic 5, they were dead last. Not dead last, well, they were in the bottom 3 of the overall leaderboard, so even with a performance like this, unless they win a chicken dinner, it does not really change a lot. They need at least 10 finishes and a chicken dinner to cause some impact on the overall leaderboard. Anything less than that, anything less than 20 points in a game, well, they need 120 bomber, and if they can't secure that, they are going to remain outside of the top 8.
Yeah, well, that is indeed true, but if you look at the most valuable player of this match, it is Zoomser. 7 finishes, but also 70% finish contribution. That's a huge number. He was the main guy leading the team, and also one of those players who always survive till the very last. Be it Erangel, be it Miramar, Zoomser has been the player, what I would say, Mr. Dependable for the side. Always surviving, making sure that even if his team just get almost 2 players knocked down, he will be the one who will play for the placement. And it has finally worked for them.
It's finally worked out, but again, consistency is what they need to be playing for and what they need to be hoping for, and we'll have to see how consistent they've been so far. The answer will be revealed once we have the overall leaderboard on our screen, but before that we have the match rankings, with Frag Ninjas walking away with 16 points, Desynx Esports with 15, you have WasTaken with 12, Endeavour Esports. Endeavour Esports have been phenomenal, and I think considering that Gojo and W2R took very early exits, with Gojo on 7 points, W2R on 4 points, and Endeavour have 12, the safety cushion that me and Sivansh were talking about before we kicked off day number 2, I think that is, it will be there visible on the overall leaderboard, and Endeavour Esports will have at least one game safety cushion to work with. They can drop the ball for one game, take an exit with 0 points, and they're still going to be on the first.
Because W2R with just 4 points in this matchup, while Endeavour getting 12. That's a big number. That's a +8 in their favor. And they were the team who eliminated W2R as well. So they are making sure that the most dangerous team have been dealt with by themselves. But now, I just want to see how much impact these standings will create on the overall standings. 87 points for Endeavour, and W2R and Gojo tying things up with 73 points each. That's a big difference between the first and second, as just 8 matches has been played.
Well, with 8 matches done and dusted, 87 points. It's a 14-point safety net that Endeavour Esports have to work with. But Desynx Esports, they are playing catch-up. 11 points shy of the second or the third position, because there is a tiebreaker over there. But Desynx Esports also being chased by FRAG Ninjas. There they are on the 5th. 9mm Esports pushed down to the 6th, with RaZr on the 7th and 4 Campus on the 8th.
Well, also, at the same time, if you look at this difference between the first page teams, it's not much. It's like 10 to 12 points separating all the sides from the 4 to 7 position. But then it is just Endeavour who is in a different league altogether. I just want to see how much distance they have from the second page, and that is big. 8 to 9 is a 9-point differential. That is one complete matchup. So Fantastic 5 OneShot, despite the fact they had pretty good matchups yesterday, is on the second page, and the consistency is what they are lacking as of now.
Well, as you mentioned, they are lacking consistency, but talk about consistency lacking, I think even Team Gojo, because they played Rondo so well, and now in this game they just completely fall apart. Just 36 points on the board. Fantastic 5, 41 points. They're sitting 9th after that performance, but again, I think Fantastic 5 need to step things up. Sivansh, he has been rooting for them for the longest of times, and they need to deliver. Just 8 placement point, 33 finishes, so we know that the aggression is there. They are able to convert those finishes, those frags, but 8 placement points, 1 placement point per game they played. That's not enough. Got to play for survival a little bit more. Once you are in the top 5 of a game, that is when you can start focusing a little bit more aggressively on the finishes. The end game finishes, especially on Erangel and Miramar, hold a lot more value than they do on Rondo. Rondo, it's all about the early game action. Early game, you will secure 8-9 eliminations, and then you just completely go into hiding. But again, that was just game number 2 of day number 2. We still have 4 more matches left, 2 more Erangels, and then towards the end, we're going to have 2 more Miramars. And I can't wait to see what the overall leaderboard is going to look like. Will anyone dethrone Endeavour Esports before we reach Miramar? That is what I want to see.
It looks pretty unlikely, because 87 points against 67 of the other teams, like 20-point differential on an average with the rest of the leaderboard. They are in a league of their own as of now, and even for the second spot, it is like, I think 73 against 87, so 15 points difference as well. So that is a humongous number for the teams to achieve. But if there's a team who can pull off a 20-pointer, it is W2R and Omen, because they have a strong chance to pull things up in their favor and might even do in the next match. But how the next match will go, we'll find out right after a very short break.
Unleashing madness with method.
This is the biggest tournament in the history of BGMI.
Raw power meets precision.
So many days of sacrifices. Finally, this is the moment they had been waiting for a long, long time.
Are you ready to crown the champions?
Welcome back everyone, right after a very short break to Krafton India Esports College Campus Tour Championship, and it is day number 2 that we are witnessing at the grand finale. I'm Spartans, and joining me for this third matchup, it is going to be Phoenix yet again. We saw the Erangel matchup and it played exactly how the games were yesterday. A pretty much northern dominated plane path with ending in a western dominated play zone.
To be honest, I think so. These type of games will eventually force you to, I think so, try to be more proactive with your decision making, because once again, sometimes when you think that all right, the plane path is favoring us, doesn't mean that the circle will eventually favor you. Only the teams who have that like slight bit of an idea that how you're gonna eventually turn your things around, especially in your favor, then it's beneficial. Otherwise, it will eventually strike you back. But I kind of like the format because now you got 2 more Erangels to play. And after that, you will eventually swim back to Miramar. I still remember there was a time when we used to play one different map and then Erangel, then Miramar, and then another map used to be Sanhok or probably Vikendi too. So it's not a bad schedule, it's not a bad lineup, but you know what? Teams tend to, be more comfortable, and I think so they just need to play around their momentum. So obviously, thanks a lot to Krafton Esports for this college campus tour championship, just maintaining that particular competitive nature, so that these college players will eventually understand that how the esports structure will work. But now coming back and hopping back to the topic itself, in the previous map, yes, the plane path as well as the zone is completely opposite. I'm expecting the same this time, because I want a circle slightly towards the eastern side, and I want a Gatka circle eventually. The plane path towards the eastern side and the circle should be towards Gatka.
Well, we'll see if that will be the case or not, because things have been pretty much, I would say, hard shifting in the nature, because this is how the plane path have been working, this is how the play zones have been working, and it is really difficult for all the IGLs right now, because to call such a hard shift rotation, it is a very difficult task. And also, when majority of the games, you don't even have the proper play zone to play around. It is the water bodies that you have to deal with, and all these things you have to take in competition. But right now, there are very limited teams who are able to successfully rotate to the next zone. But how the plane path will look in this matchup, we will just find out, because this is the second Erangel for the day. And let's see which team will be able to rule.
Once again, the plane path is eventually starts from the top northeastern side of the map. That's going to be Stalber heading towards the southern side of the military base. Kind of expected this type of plane path, to be honest. Usually the circle tend to form towards Katka only, but will that be the case? That's going to be the question now. The players of OneShot already dropping towards Stalber and Kamensk, and that's going to be 2+1 split. Pretty, understandable. Teams tend to just do that. But I think so. It's just a wish that the circle form towards you. What if the circle forms towards the northern side? Then I think so. Teams like Endeavour Esports would be very happy. For Campus would be very happy. RaZr would be very happy. I think so. The players from obviously OneShot, they'll be very happy too, because they already dropped towards that particular side only. But once again, Spartans, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, like you can always just make theories around how the stuff should work, but in reality, the execution is what matters the most. And for majority of the teams, the execution is pretty much lacking all around the game. It's because somewhere down the line, they don't expect certain things to happen, but the game goes otherwise. And now, for the starting things off, just look at the play zone already. Oh, the complete shift to the southern side this time. Earlier game, it was a western domination and now to the southern side. But before the teams can move to the next zone, they are already engaged in a fight. And it is Mystical Waves who does have a chicken dinner secured in one of the games, but still find themselves on the second page of the overall standings. And now, they have to deal with Team Gojo in the first phase itself.
Yeah, this is gonna be kind of a bummer for them because in this early situation, first of all, you're approximately 600 meters away from the circle itself, and now you're gonna take a fight against an opponent. How much prepared you are, this will definitely test this out. But for now, Dopros eventually will able to secure this particular knock. Gojo will lose his life, and Team Gojo started off pretty good, at least in the map of Rondo, and now they are on the receiving edge. But what a good frag by Broken. Wait a minute, the game is still on. Dynatix, he has a perfect weapon. That's going to be the S686 shotgun. Going to utilize that to perfection. Mystical Wave reviving his own teammates. You lost one person, and that's going to be us, bro. But still, Reflex still there. Slash speed. Slash is getting that revival. Dynanox on the other side just repositioning himself, but up against all the odds. Another team also want to chime in, and that is none other than the players of Fantastic Five from IIT Madras. Mystical Wave once again representing their own zone. They have to get out from their IIT Guwahati. They're also representing their college. But I think so. It's going to be a really, really bad ending for them. Seems like it.
Well, can be the case right now, cause yeah, Mystical Waves, they will get dealt with pretty easily. And Fantastic Five is hunting the players down, making sure that IIT Madras will remain on top of this game, starting things off pretty strongly with just 4 finishes in their name already. And looking for more right now since Gojo, with the last player Ditonex in the surrounding, and they have heard the footsteps in the garage, but Gojo, there's pretty limited ammunition in the weaponry, and all he has is shotgun, so he's waiting for the close range combat, but will never come his way. And the first finish goes in the favor of IIT Madras now. Another finish without losing a player. A perfect start to the game.
Indeed it is. A perfect start. That's what you want and that's what you got. Meanwhile, Battlehawks, today after the first game, they end up on the second last position of the overall ranking. I'm expecting them to strike back into the game itself. It will work good. But 4 campers on the other side. Pretty good start, by the way. Pretty solid start for these guys. Moving back to the Erangel itself. They're not safe, by the way. They're also surrounded by a lot of players. Krish on the other side. He got knocked out. Probably dropped from a moving vehicle. Probably getting away from a team. So it's very interesting though.
Well, as of now, 4 campers just hiding in this region, and I'm not sure what the game plan is for them. Because they know there are people around them, but the compound they have chosen for the drop is not the best one. Because if you look at the ammunition, if you look at the armor, the vest, nothing is even decent enough for them. And they have to move it quick before the other teams get to the next play zone, since you have to go to the military base region. And that is not an easy task. And knowing from experience, whenever you have a hard shift military, majority of the teams prefer an early rotation so that they don't get zone camped, and this is what the teams are doing right now, but a little late to the party because there are already players on the other side of the bridge. Team RaZr trying to just hunt down the players, spotted multiple of them, taken some shots, and now just making sure that no one crosses safely.
Once again, that bridge camp will work out in your favor. Have to be a little bit careful though, but OneShot playing it smart though. Eventually get away, tanks some damage. Flawless and Inferno lost some of their HP, but once again they're just healing themselves up. Don't have to worry about that. For now, they will move towards the circle. I think so they should destroy this truck if you want some extra loot for yourself, but I think so just prioritizing on the zone itself, a solid decision though, not gonna lie. But you might find yourself against a team that's going to be NLS Esports from Dykit.
But the fact that OneShot have not completed the loot phase properly. So just look at the weaponry, just one smoke right now for one shot. So I'm not sure, they were not even that early for the rotation. And despite being almost on the middle side of things, the loot is not good enough. So I'm not sure how they are planning to play this game, because the military base zone, you have to be very cautious with how much smokes you're gonna carry, because this will end up in one of the open regions. But now at this thing stand, Desynx, a perfect spray down, gets the first player out of the running vehicle, and now Parth, he is stuck in a no man's land, will get finished off pretty easily. Nothing to worry about. And the other players, they are trying to run away from this M4 spray, and they will finally do that.
What a start, man. Rowdy, that one particular finish will eventually, just put you in a spot where you will eventually get some more loot. Anshu on the other side has been taken out. That's not a good news at all. Two of the players got false shot. Team RaZr cooking. And I think so it's a very good decision though. They're gonna fight it out, trying to confirm those finishes. Has a pumped shotgun in his hands. Lobbed a molly, expecting some counter aggression. Spots out the player once again, sticking to that shotgun, and I think so that molly connected. Look at the player barely surviving, and that's it. He got burned alive. Not a good decision at all.
I'm not sure, they did not hear it, they did not expect the molly to be in that area and just walking over it. Oh, not the best way to finish things off for your game, but a good one for the other side. Getting 2 finishes in the backpack, and now if you look at 4 campers, they are all in one vehicle trying to climb up the hill slowly and steadily and being chased down by W2R, and W2R, they will just spray them down, and everybody in one single vehicle is the worst decision possible, and that will be the easiest squad wipe for W2R Esports career. 4 free finish points to the name.
What an end. What an end. Anticlimactic end, by the way. And yeah, those are certainly the 4 easy finish points. 3 goes to Adi, and Kayan's got 1 in his backpack. Pretty interesting end, by the way. On the other side, W2R will definitely enjoy these points. Gonna stack it up. Adi utilizing that Moss and Nagan. And that M416 combination, pretty rare sight, by the way. Expecting him to switch back to that S will cure probably any shotgun he find. Yeah, switches back to collecting some more bullets. All right, smart move though. Not gonna lie, but this is not gonna be that easy. Has to be a good play. Otherwise, things might fall against you. But Adi spotting out the players. One of them, it's gonna be the players of team WasTaken from NMIT. W2R Esports once again pretty good with their decision making. FRAG Ninja Esports on the other side, hiding inside this laboratory and the military base. Arcane has left. Luffy has been finished off. It's all comes down to Freak and Walker. The duo Freak Walker reminds me of one of the greatest zombie web series though. But moving back to the game now. It's a really extremely effective strat by W2R. Take the high ground and just wait it out. It's going to be the game plan for now. Again, highly effective. But once again, it's not that easy.
Just look at that. Okay, the spray down just not going in their favor, and that is too far out, to be very honest. I would just prefer a DP alongside a 4x. Maybe if you have a sniper, that works out even better. But now I think you have missed the opportunity because the players have already moved down to the cover. But now, fantastic 5! Just barrage from multiple angles. Shotgun onto the face, and there is very little that you can do from here. Although they still have 2 players standing. Drop a smoke, just trying to play some cover. But the thing is, against God's Omen, it's never gonna be easy task. Just look at that grenade onto the face, and he is barely breathing, and not for long as well. Got Omen doing what they do the best. The aggressive playstyle working in their favor yet again, and so many teams have already been eliminated, but now team number 10 trying to just run away from danger, and W2R, they cannot do much, and as per the play zone, this high hill will be their territory. The sniper, the marksman rifle, nothing working out for them. Every shot being taken, just not finding the knock that they were looking for.
Endeavour Esports, they are a bit far away from the circle, by the way. Move inside the circle as soon as they get the chance. Again, to circle eventually. Katsu White eventually got knocked out. Dustin OG, what a good grenade. 9mm Esports, they're just losing out one individual. Desynx all the other side, they're also suffering. Abhinav, the 4 times AKM spray was good but not perfect, which has been spotted out, dished some of the damage onto him. Still there in the party, still surviving. Grenade has been locked. He is still fighting, breathing it out, but finally falls short. Desynx now left with only 2 players. One of them, it's going to be Rowdy, who secured the first finish for his team. 9mm Esports on the other side, trying to hunt down these lads. A bit hungry though. They are expecting there is only 1 player left, but surprise, surprise, they're technically 2. Switch back to Seat, spraying it, praying it, trying to connect those shots with that AUG, but kind of missing it. Dustin with the pump shotgun, once again trying his level best too. Now the whole squad is surrounding the players of Desynx Esports, and that's it. That's a wrap up.
The previous game was such a beautiful one for them, but the follow-up, not one they expected. Battlehawks, if you look at them, they had a disaster class in the previous matchup, but now, as things stands, 0 finishes. The 4 players are still standing, and they are playing the edge of the area. Battlehawks, the team from the west, representing Nursey Muni College of Commerce and Economics, they're not having the game that they were looking out for. They still have to be one of those squads who showcase what they are made of. But Battlehawks, the passive playstyle is just not working out.
Certainly not. Certainly not. But now Endeavour Esports somehow managed to get into the circle. And now they're just trying to gatekeep all the players. Team number 9, that has to be Omen from Rishi University. Instant knocked in. Blaster also got knocked out. It all comes down to Godlin and Winnoob, the 2 fabulous players. I'm expecting them to be a little bit cautious here because you might lose up on the chance to collect more points. Top 10 situation. Still out here. And now Endeavour Esports, I think so, they decided that they have to go back. Winnoob barely surviving, barely breathing.
Things just are not looking good.
Yeah, he's done. He got knocked out.
And just keep in mind that there was a 20-point differential between the top 2 teams almost. If you look at things like 87 to 73, I believe that was the scoreline if I'm not wrong. So it can be achieved in one single matchup, just like 14 points separating the top 2 spot. And for Endeavour, if they lose out on this position, they don't have enough finishes. They don't have enough placement points accumulated. So their top spot might be in a threat. They might not get toppled down in this particular matchup, but the lead that they have gotten will shrink down really heavily. So now the last player that they have, he has to play for the survival as long as possible because it is just not for this match, but overall tournament life that they are playing for. And as things stand, just look at Rex. He's just hiding in the Sharks, just waiting for the players' movement, and everybody just moving around the area. They don't know there are players in the small proximity and they have to make it to the next play zone. But now the vehicle, will they take it right now without any smokes cover? Difficult decision because we saw what happens when the entire squad walks in one single vehicle.
That's the worst decision, man. Your whole team will eventually get peppered down. You have to be careful though. Oh, flawless FPS. The knock is right there. Lark once again. Oh, crushing one opponent. That's going to be a run over, by the way. Lark eventually securing both the finishes. Will get away. Trying to be a bit safe position. Battlehawks eventually playing good. Your wish will come true that you might be on the edge of the circle, and you certainly are. problem is, Spotters, that you are not safe. Battlehawks, you have to clear out your sidelines. You have to clear out your backlines. On this side, W2R Esports, 4 finishes already. Their front lines is actually stacked in. But they are moving inside the circle. I think so. They just want some more finishes, though.
I think they are capable of finding some. W2R, yep, again on the edge, and they will have a perfect vision to so many of these teams. And I just love the position that W2R are playing at this point. They were on a 14-point deficit against Endeavour, and with this type of play style and the position they have in the play zone, there is a possibility that they might be able to topple down the top spot, and if not topple, at least close down the gap by a huge difference. Because for Endeavour, the game is not going as expected. They just have Godlin surviving for them squad, and for how long is the case, since he is surrounded by multiple teams as well.
Have to be a bit careful, man. The minimap is looking stacked, Chad. Received some damage once again. Not a good position to be in. Gotta get out from this. This is quite bad. Healing himself. Bandages, that's it. 3 more bandages. He doesn't even have much health utilities. What a dire situation for this lad, Spotters. It's not looking good at all. On the other side, Stoop also struggling in terms of those health utilities. Kayanch on the other side just lobbing a grenade. Good hit though, but not the perfect one. But eventually MVP got knocked out. And that is where things will get interesting.
Another one just cooking up. Is it the perfect one? We will find out. And nope, nothing on the finish feed as of now. But death from the above. Kayanch finding another knock and another finish for the squad. But Krish has been knocked down on the other side of the map. Has to go and give the cover. But NLS completely unaware of the player's position, giving away a free frag. And W2R, they will collect it with both their hands. 6th point just on the finish counter. Still 4 players standing strong for the lineup, and W2R, it looks like that they are closing down the gap for the chicken dinner.
Certainly did. But once again, they have to deal with a lot of teams. 7 more squads available still in the server. It's not going to be that easy as you think. But W2R, as I just mentioned, yes, they are looking very solid though, not going to lie. Some good damage by Kayanch. Got some very good cover by Krish. Stoop has been knocked out, and Krish now chiming in into this fight. And oh, that was a one-sided affair, by the way. What a play that was. Making sure that eventually it's going to be his finish. 8 finishes already. HipGod hasn't even got a single frag yet, but his team is eventually doing fabulous here.
W2R, I just want to say how many more frags they can get, cause all I'm seeing is 8 finishes now. Things are just looking way too good for the lineup, and the rotation is even better. Just look at them. Early to the zone is the best call you can make in such a play zone, where the early move advantage definitely is worth. Now they have scouted the back lines. They are going a little bit ahead, just spreading the players across the map, finding something to fight on or finding something to grab on. 2 anchors on 2 different rocks, and then 1 scouter just rotating between the team, just finding for any information he can gather. Things are definitely working out for them, but what is not working out is for Team RaZr. Another player been taken down, and Team Battlehawks, who were having a passive start, have finally kicked things off.
Battlehawks, high hopes with this team, by the way, Spotters. I'm expecting them to once again strike back, create some good point lead here. Molotov has been lobbed in inside the compound. Rimraj is almost struggling. Gonna get out. He was safe, but nah. 2 knocks instantly. Stranger has been confirmed. Now it all falls short to only 1 player. Battlehawks, we were just talking about them, and now they're struggling. W2R Esports on the other side, just hunting every player down these spots, clearing out all the sidelines, and I think so that's going to be the play of the game. Doing it fabulously.
W2R still just hunting the players across the field, and the thing is, wherever they are going, they are finding the frags that they need. RaZr If you look at the Clutch God, he is looking for the players, and now Clutch God, he is in a very bad spot, and things aren't gonna survive for longer. He's just stuck behind the door, and I'm not sure how he is still managing to play this game right now, just behind the door, which can be easily broken, but he will break the player. No information given away, and this has been perfectly organized by them. RaZr, Clutch God has been their savior, finding his first finish, but 5th for the team and making sure that he can survive a little longer.
Stealing the show, by the way, just stealing the complete show, man. What a play. Eventually, that was an effective play, by the way. 9mm Esports on the other side in the center of the circle, controlling the only compound inside the circle. And you just have to avoid some unnecessary fights. That's going to be the factor here. Otherwise, it will eventually, just shut you down. But now, Dustin trying to look out from the window, clearing those angles up enough, creating some good angles for himself. And now this is the waiting game, Spartans. Kind of a game which is
just waiting for the right time, I would say. But I'm just loving the rotation that W2R are pulling right now. Going the perfect spot in the starting of the zone. But as I say this, Krish will get knocked down, but things might not go against them. They are dealing with a 4v4 perfectly well, and the squad, they are fighting and just fighting as a unit. Will take down multiple players. There is their opponent just right behind them. The Molotovs, the grenades will work out, and this will secure the 13th finish for W2R. They were on a 14-point deficit against the table toppers Endeavour, and they have already secured 13 finishes on one single matchup. The distance has already been closed down. They are in the top 4, and Godlin, who was the sole survivor of Endeavour, has already been eliminated on a lower stage of the game. So as things stand, W2R, they will get on the top spot if things work out just like this.
possible, high possible, and you have already called it a bit early in the game itself, by the way, that you were looking forward for them to, just secure the chicken dinner eventually in their favor. But once again, it's not over until it's over. That's the famous saying. And just need to be a bit careful, though. Let's see how you will be able to, just pull off this game. A poison jab right onto your face will eventually take you down, and that's going to be a Molotov and a nade combo. But once again, sometimes when you are inside a compound, Spartans, you tend to grow drowsy, because, not even a single action is happening.
Yeah.
You are stuck, and you tend to just think that I might make a move, but it's kind of against you. So when the circles shift, then you have to be a bit active, and in these type of situations, you tend to fall short. But on the other side, if we talk about a different side of the story, that's going to be W2R Esports. 13 finishes already, looking solid as a stone and sharp as a blade, tearing apart your opponents, their dreams as well as their hopes to collect as much as points they can in this particular map to somehow manage to get the major points here already. Kind of a slow game, 20 more seconds before the 8th stage, and this happens a lot. Teams tend to play a bit slow.
But look at 9mm right now. They have 7 finishes and just waiting for the zone to move across. And this is something that a lot of teams go through. Because if you look at the play zone, it is in completely wide open spot. But there are 2 compounds and both have been captured. And now all they are doing is calling a gamble. If the zone moves centrally, they are in a good spot. But if it is a hard shift, the compound teams will have a really rough time moving ahead. The next 60 seconds will decide a lot of things. But right now, Dustin throws up a grenade, finds a knock, but he will knock yet another player from a different squad. And Dustin, he is fighting the world all by himself. Be it W2R, be it another team that is WasTaken. And Dustin, he is looking in a good form. And right now, 9mm, they are firing it all cylinders, securing 3 finishes back to back, making their tally go up to 10.
This was looking good. 9mm, I think so. Your patience has been paid off already. Just need to be a bit careful. A knock has been secured. Chad has been finished off. Abhinav is the one who secured that finish. Adi with the MG3 in his hand, reviving his teammate. You have to be a little bit careful though. 7th stage closing in. We will definitely see the 8th stage now, Spartus. This is not a game to lose in this situation. W2R completely playing. This is the top 2. Hipcord eventually got knocked out, and that's going to be Dustin creating a big opening.
I'm not sure was the grenade from the opponent side or him, because I think that was Krish grenade to say the least, and that was a friendly fire. But now 9mm will capitalize on that opportunity, find another knock and the finish from a 4v3 turning to a 4v2 and now a 4v1. A barrage of grenades coming in their way, and W2R had no say up against it. W2R, who were looking the favorites to finish this matchup, will now go down on the second spot. But at this point, Kayansh will finish things off for himself. He does not want to give away the finish point. But before he can even unleash the grenade, he will get dealt with by 9mm. Another crazy matchup by them, representing the North Zone by GB Punt DSEU, making sure that there is no team better than them in the server.
What a play, man. 9mm. They were starting. They just started off pretty good, by the way. And as you just mentioned, from the North Zone, GP Punt, DSEU, the team belong from representing their college. What a play, by the way. I thought that they might just grow drowsy and eventually will get peppered down, especially in an informed team, and that's going to be the players from W2R. But eventually, you just be more cautious. And I think so. There is a possibility of that friendly fire. Would love to confirm that when we take a look at the highlights, though. But eventually, that was the play of the game, because once again, just because of that one play, the whole fight kind of shifted towards the players of 9mm.
Well, that is indeed true, because that one knock, and then I think that was an S12 finish. So there were players who were in a close proximity as well. So 9mm already prepped themselves, closing down the gap, and it worked out for them, because in these situations, you're always playing for the zone. You don't want to make the first move. You have the hard cover of the compound. You just want to chill and relax. But 9mm, they had different intentions. They were like, if you're not going to take the fight towards us, we're going to bring it to you, and let's see who is a better squad.
I think so. That was a very good decision, though, because once again, eventually you have to, fight it out, and it just comes down to that one decision making where either you are going to be the one who will just get converted into a prey, or maybe you will hunt down your opponent, and I think they choose the best option in that situation. But once again, it technically is a foul play. Why I'm saying this? Because once again, you are thinking that your opponent will try to do the same thing, but you are the one who's just making the first move. It kind of boils down to this particular situation where first come, first serve eventually helps in you. But Spartas, I think so, a very good ending. Now 3 maps are completely completed. Now we still got 3 more maps left. The next map, it's going to be Erangel, and then we still got 2 more Miramars. But how many points 9mm actually scored, and how many points W2R eventually got from this map? That's going to be the question.
I think W2R has 13 finishes, if I'm not wrong, because after that they were not able to secure a single one. But 9mm, they were on the 8th finish marker, or maybe even 7th, when the final zone began, and then in the last one, they kept on getting frags after frags, and until the very last, even the final frag, I think that the tally maybe increased to more than 13 at a certain point. So accumulating all those frags with 10 placement points, 9mm are surely in the 20 plus territory. And not to forget, similar things will be said for W2R as well, and for W2R, it matters more than anyone else.
I totally did, man, because once again they were just struggling a little bit in the previous games, though. They wanted to climb the ladder as soon as possible, and now after this particular game they will eventually do that pretty surely, pretty safely, and they will eventually get the meter points in terms of those finishes. But Battlehawks eventually got peppered down by their opponent. That one Molotov play was good enough, and Team RaZr Clutch got again living up to his name. What a beautiful situation that was. He puts his opponent in a misery and then ended his misery instantly, because once again that was a big surprise, whereas the opponents were thinking that he was just hiding on top of that compound. But Kayansh eventually gave up his frag to that frag grenade, but caught. But on the other side, MVP, it's going to be Dustin. 9 finishes by this lad, 60% finish contribution. So you can clearly see that the major number being secured by this team.
Yep.
That is 9mm.
Like, Dustin was just lobbing grenades left, right, and center, and they were perfectly on target as well. just hitting the right spot at the right time, making sure that the players who are knocked will get finished up as well at the very same time. Darshan is the key player from the lineup, and he has really showed why he is one of the finest out there. But now, I just want to see how many total finishes this team was able to secure. Because 60% is for just one single player, and 9mm with 15 finishes overall. 25 points for them. W2R, 19 points with 13 finish points. And God's Omen, 13 points for them as well. The top 3 teams, 2 are in the top 3 right now as well, but Endeavour, the table toppers, escaping with just one single point.
That's it, man. That's it. It's actually very interesting though. Just getting some points, especially in terms of in terms of the placement point battle. Hawks on the other side finishes, of course, to Fantastic 5-2. They played good. Unfortunately, OneShot as well as the 4 Campus, Team Gojo, Desynx, NLS, Endeavour Esports. As I just mentioned, they just got 1 placement points. Not a good outing at all. So you're gonna just work your way up in the next matchup. But if you talk about the overall ranking, W2R eventually securing the first spot, 8 points away from the triple digit. Endeavour Esports 9mm, pretty close to each other. Gojo and 9mm Esports, they have the same amount of points. That's going to be 86.
Wow.
The only difference is 9mm eventually secure the second chicken. Kudos to the players of Endeavour Esports without even securing a single chicken, still on the second spot. But now, just look at the difference, Spartans. A 20 points difference between God's Omen and FRAG Esports.
Yes.
And if you compare the 4th team and the 8th team, that's a 36 points difference. That's a big number, by the way.
I think the game is pretty much decided from here on. It was an early race of the top 3 contenders, W2R, Endeavour and God's Omen. But then 9mm securing a chicken and then making a race of 4 right now at the top. But for the bottom teams, the things are a little dicey because from here on, the distance between them is pretty marginal. Just 1 to 2 points separating each and every position. But the thing is, everyone out here is looking for the top 8. And even for the 16 team NLS, the top 8 is pretty much achievable since the distance is not that humongous even now.
Yeah, it's certainly not, by the way. You can easily try to, just get that in your favor. But once again, Spartans, it's not going to be that easy as you think. You have to be mentally prepared for every single, type of possibility, especially when you talk about the top 4, because it's kind of a dire situation, because one bad game and you can easily slip out that one lead. The difference between the first team and the second team is just only, 4 to 6 points. That's it. But if we talk about them and the team who's on the 7th or maybe in the 12th position, that just boils down to 36, more than even 40 points. So it's a very good number for them. But I think so, yes, there's still a possibility. 2 more good games, a 50-pointer. If we talk about consistency, you have to end up in the top 3 by securing 8 to 6 total finish point. And then you have to include those placement points so you kind of try to get in the podium. End up in the top 3, you will eventually get that 14 to 15 point marker. And I think so that should be your average in every single game from now onwards, if you are seeing yourself and if you want to see yourself in the top 3. But once again, we still got 3 more maps left. Next map, it's going to be Erangel. It'll be back after a very short break.
XL up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, Hey, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, all facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never faltered. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back.
इन जैसों पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
बीजीएमआई क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 करोड़ देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख
BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
டேய் லெஃப்ட்ரா டேய் புஷ் பண்ணுங்கடா
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, जाना किधर है?
अयो मचा रिवाइव बन।
What revive? I don't understand, bro.
No. यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग?
शूट गाइस। मचा
क्या कर रहे हो यार?
நீங்களாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துங்களேன்டா
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार, ऐसे कैसे चलेगा?
உங்களால தான்டா தோத்தோம்
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी?
IPL champion of CSK.
மாஸ் மச்சான்
अयो ताला यस
Yellow Army, bro.
சி லாங்குவேஜ் இல்ல சிஎஸ்கே இருக்கு மச்சான்
गाइस बंदे
come on அவன சுடுங்கடா
कम ऑन मैन नाइस शॉट मैन
वेल प्लेड गाइस
या
ब्रो सीएसके स्किन्स
இது நம்ம கொலாபுடா
Now we don't need call outs. Just whistle podu.
BGMI लाड़ विसिल पोड़
Yes!
ऑफसाइड
ऑफसाइड তোর বাড়িতে হবে
भाई कुत्ते गए अबे हमार जाएगा सब लोग लाइन में खड़े सुन
पहले मैं चल निकल
टिकट दादा लावे टिकट कदा है
আছে তো দাদা কতবার কাটবো করবো লড়বো জিতবো
केकेआर है तैयार नाइट का फाइट कोलकाता का प्राइड
पर्पल में दिल गोल्ड में है जीत केकेआर ऑन रिपीट नाइट हो या डे नाइट्स आर हियर टू स्टे
चुप एकदम चुप इस बार ये डिनर हमसे कोई नहीं छीन सकता कोई भी नहीं
केकेआर का स्वैग नाउ इन बैटल ग्राउंड
आर्मी कॉन्करर
आर्मी केकेआर
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Krafton India Esports College Campus Tour Championship. Now it's time for the fourth map of the day and the final Erangel, by the way. Once again, an interesting map, to be honest, because now all the teams who love to play Erangel, this is their final chance for the day number 2 to accumulate as much points as they want to. Once again, my name is Shivansh Phoenixing. It's gonna be Mr. iSuper Johnny with me. And Johnny, in the previous match, we saw that 4 Campus, unfortunately, they had a bad outing. Similar thing can be said for the players of Endeavour Esports, but W2R, they showcased some good performance alongside 9mm. What a wonderful outcome in the previous round for them.
Yeah, pretty much. And again, I think W2R, their intentions are clear. They want to catch up to Endeavour Esports and not let them run away with the lead that they have right now on the overall leaderboard. But while all of that is happening, the other teams in the leaderboard, especially teams like Omen, teams like Team RaZr, squads that we saw do well on game 1, they have taken a slight small tumble, but hopefully with 1 more Erangel remaining and 2 more Miramars, they can catch up. 50% of the journey of the grand finals is already done and dusted. Only the remaining half will decide who walks away with the lion's share, 2 lakh rupees of prize money in the bag for themselves. And with that being said, let's move forward and begin the next Erangel.
Final Erangel once again, match number 10. OneShot Esports in the previous match, they kind of got a good split. The only problem was the circle is completely against their drop location. Once again, the playing path is starting from the eastern side, but this time from the southern side of Milta Pavan and heading towards northern side of the shooting range. We tend to, witness the circle form around the Gatka and tend to, just form the western circle. But let's see if that's going to be the case here or not. Pretty interesting game so far, where some of the teams actually played very good, but still, teams like Desynx, they still got a chance. RaZr, Endeavour Esports, yeah, why not Mystical Wave? Despite the fact you got 1 chicken in the bag, but you're still on the second page, so that's bummer. That just hurts, but alright, they will eventually bounce back. That's going to be my prediction.
Let's see. I mean, we're hoping to see them bounce back, but I believe you would have definitely been quite happy with how Fantastic 5 have managed to catch up. They're doing well. They're doing better than they were before. And I think as long as this improvement from their side just keeps on happening, as long as they are being consistent, I think Fantastic 5, we might just see them end the day in the top 5. But let's see how things turn out. So far, early into the game, a drop clash for Severny and OneShot Esports. Now, this is a beautiful turn of events from their side. Usually, we see them heading towards Talba Kamishki, but now going for Severny, they find themselves in an early conflict against Endeavour Esports.
Oh, the circle is still the same, Johnny. It's still same, by the way. It's a complete copy of the previous Erangel. OneShot Esports. Yeah, the previous... in the last game, the same thing happened. Endeavour Esports eventually got eliminated a bit early, just able to secure only 1 placement point. But now you are sharing one same city, one similar area against a team, so you have to be prepared for a fight. OneShot collecting some utility. That's going to be your basic loot in the start of the game itself. Should be a good game though, but will it be? That's going to be the question there. Loot out there, not even a single west for flawless. 2,300. You will try to break that truck open so that you can collect some extra loot for yourself, but you have to be careful. There is another team who will keep an eye on that loot too, so every move should be taken with some sincerity, and you have to be careful.
Well, some caution is definitely going to be required, but OneShot Esports, first ones to lose a body into this game. Sid OP knocked and finished off, and Endeavour Esports, not really a team you want to go up against, especially when they're trying to fight their way to the trophy, towards the 2 lakh rupees that are there for the winners of this college campus store. Blaster, nice little position on the roof of the church, can scout the opponents up ahead. And with their position compromised, I think the players of OneShot will be methodically isolated, choked and finished off. And you already see how much map control, how much control of the city the players of Endeavour Esports have. Their loot, their utility, it's all going to be overwhelming for the players of OneShot Esports to deal with. There's no escape now. I think this is going to be the first squad to get wiped in this game.
They are already completely keeping for you, posting down those tires too, so you can't escape. And that's a perfect setup. How are you going to get out from this tire situation? That's going to be the question. But Endeavour Esports, once again, if you are setting a trap for your opponents, you have to be careful. And you should not fall in that trap too. But carefulness is really important, otherwise you might see yourself on the receiving edge. One wrong move and you are done. But alright. Blaster, an important player from Endeavour Esports though. Gotlin is also there. Wind, Noob. These are the players you all looking forward to from the side of Endeavour Esports. But Team OneShot, flawless Inferno, Abe losing out Sid in the early stage. Is not the best start. On the other side, we can clearly see Flamey has been confirmed by none other than Gotlin himself. So he is also looking at a hot shot form now.
They're looking quite solid, but look at the finish feed. It seems like Battlehawks are not looking solid enough. They've lost a few bodies, trades happening to the fight that they're involved in, but OneShot Esports, they found an escape for themselves. Inferno and Flawless do manage to put some distance between them and the players from the side of Endeavour Esports. But as we were talking about Battlehawks, there they are, two players knocked and finished off. Stranger Forever and Lark fighting for their lives, but even Lark falls, and this could be the end of the journey very early into this game of Erangel for Battlehawks. Stranger S12K at the ready, takes down one. Now players waiting on the stairwell, and as soon as he opens the door, he gets finished off. NLS Esports somehow do manage to survive, but even they have lost 2 men in this fight. 4 finishes claimed, 4 points secured. Is this going to be enough for NLS? A big question remains to be answered, and a long way for us to go. And on the other side of things, OneShot Esports, they lose out on another player.
But what a good outing though, NLS. Yeah, you lost 2 players, but you still got the Godlin and Warrior path. You still got some chance to fight. You still got that metal to fight again. That's going to be a good thing for you. At least you are the only team here surviving. Highest point right now in the lobby. 4 in total in your favor. But alright. Back into the game. It's very, very, very important for you to just be a bit cautious. One wrong move and you could die. Meanwhile, Rulzbreakers are still trying to collect some new man OP. Alright.
Let's see.
Rulzbreakers, they're just having their sweet time, by the way.
Yeah, they're trying to break the rules, but unfortunately, things are not really working out too well for them. We saw their position on the overall leaderboard. Not the best, but I think as you and Spartus were discussing at the end of the previous game, that the opportunity is still there for these teams to try and fight their way towards the top 8, and that should be the goal at least for day number 2. If you can find your spot inside of the top 8, then, well, there's going to be a much better opportunity for you to recover tomorrow. 6 matches, and if you can be consistent in those 6 matches, you can definitely try to fight for the podium. Desynx Esports, a few maps ago, an impressive run, finishing in the top 3 with double-digit eliminations, but now they have to be cautious. Rulzbreakers in the back lines, and Desynx Esports have set up a trap close to the Novorepnoi bridge. It's a wonderful position to play from, but they need to take cover as soon as possible just to not get spotted out by anyone else around them.
It'll be a bit of a problem for them. Once again, Johnny, it's not easier than you think. Every single thing. Rexy has been knocked out. Not a good outing for him. He will definitely miss his teammates now. The revival is really important, but Roshan is going to be the one who will secure him. Lord has been dropped down. Win Noob eventually got a knock, but that's going to be a beautiful trade instantly. And against that experience, though, for Campus, despite you lost 2 of your players, but you're still looking very solid. Still fighting it out. 2,000 meters away from the blue. But you still got that metal. Chad has been confirmed. Roshan is going to be the person who will enjoy that frag. Alright.
Let's see Endeavour Esports. I think after winning that fight in Severny, they are still on the hunt. But they have to switch focus. Look at the shift of the circle. Still on Over Epnoi. It's good news for the players from W2R, but not the best for everyone else, especially for a team like Endeavour Esports. They've gotten their star player Win Noob back in action. They've given him the revive, but the rotation is still going to be a long one, and I wonder if they are going to have enough healing utility on them to actually sustain that long rotation. Big question.
Anuj falls short, and that's a problem. He is the main guy here. We all know how capable Anuj is. Once again, falling short in this position, it's going to be a very bad situation. Team Gojo, bridge camp.
Let's see Team Gojo.
Spray. Yeah, trying to spot out the player, but Path, he just instantly inside the water. You might get finished off by... If you drown yourself down, that's it. But you have to be in a better situation than them.
Let's see though. I mean, Team Gojo today, they have kind of done a phenomenal job turning things around. I mean, after the first round, we even saw them be a part of the top 8 bracket, but again, there's a fall in consistency, there's a fall in performance that instantly happens, which always raises a few concerns for them. Although, as you were talking about Parth, he does get finished off, and again, I think Team Gojo can build upon that in the future. But here, what is going on? It's Frag Ninjas against Fantastic 5, and Fantastic 5, one of their players, Rocky, he gets taken out. Bamboo Boy does not have a lot of HP to work with, and the team is stuck in the blue.
Bad start. Bad situation for you now. But once again, the blue will eventually dish out a lot of damage though. 1200 meters still. Rocky. 4 finishes. He's stopped his vehicle to just heal himself up now. Back to 100% of his HP. Team Gojo still going for the gatekeep. Still going for the bridge camp. Still adamant with their decision. Not a bad decision though, but the position is kind of revealed. So one wrong move and you're done. Meanwhile, FRAG Esports, they are moving towards the trap. Luffy! Weren't able to survive. LHS, they were just waiting. Luffy, that's it. FRAG Esports, that's the final end. 2 of the players has been lost. They already lost their life. Not a good start, not a good way to play.
Frag Ninjas are doing quite well for themselves, but Team Gojo on the other side, they are now stuck. Team RaZr, they have the backlines compromised, and Team Gojo, they're trying to fight for their lives. Clutch got spotted out. Gojo himself taking a few shots, but no conversions yet. Endeavour Esports closing in from the backlines. It's going to be a 3-way clash just to cross the Over Epnoi bridge. And of course, a few moments ago, we did see teams waiting on the other side as well. That's not going to make things easy for the future. God's Omen, their struggles also continue as one player has been lost. They found a trade, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Stage 3 blue zone, the damage is going to be too much for them to deal with. But from the backlines, as we have another squad looking to move in. God's Omen, they are looking to find those trades. Rocky still on the move. Fantastic 5, desperate to find some space to work with inside of the play zone. Lose 3 players. That late rotation of theirs, it's costed them a lot. And now I think a chicken dinner possibility in this game, it's going to be quite dire. So we might just see them just play for those finish points, but down in players, it's not going to be easy.
But once again, Gojo, the spray should be perfect. Utilizing that DP with the 4 times. Eventually receive the damage from the vehicle. And you lost your life on an anticlimactic end and now broken. Will try to heal yourself up. But revival, especially in the 3rd stage. This is not good, man. Not a good position though. But on the other side, W2R just doing things what they are good at. finishing off your opponents, spotting them down and tearing them apart one by one.
Let's see, W2R. I think because of where they are, things can take a turn for the worse, but I don't think things can get any worse for Team Gojo. Rotating late, broken, gets taken out as expected. Cook to perfection. Gojo on a run for his life, and Endeavour Esports, they knew exactly where he was. A few shots to his dome, and he gets finished off. Endeavour Esports, 7 eliminations on the board. Desynx towards the northeastern edge of the play zone. Now this is going to be a high value fight as they take on the players of W2R, but Desynx is down to a 2-man roster, and Zoomser, he's fighting for his life while his teammate on the ground floor already is trying to handle a little too much pressure for himself. Catches at least 2 off guard, gets taken out. This is go time, but they aren't able to survive. Desynx Esports, that was a big opportunity, a big play could have been made, but they fail. Oh no, that has to be a heartbreak.
Oh, it does. Oh, that's the end. FRAG eventually gave his finish away to the blue. Gulu thought that he will be able to secure that one, but unfortunately wasn't able to do that. This circle is actually pretty annoying for all these teams who are just giving and feeding that blue. Endeavour on the other side, 8 finishes though, but Gordon and Blaster, you lost him pretty early though. Finn Noob still looking in a very hot shot form. 200 meters away, and you have to be careful of those height advantage, that laboratory positioning, because the players are already hiding inside that. Endeavour Esports, a solid team though. Hoping to strike back. 9M Esports in the previous map, they got the chicken. Fighting against the players of Omen from Rishi Hood University. Abhinav, the spray could have been a bit perfect. Level 1 kit, Johnny! It's the 4th stage and still got level 1 kit. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, it definitely isn't, but 9MM Esports, they've been doing a lot of awkward things throughout the day, and I think this game is not going to be any different for them. Just 1 finish on the board for 9MM Esports. Although they have a lot of open space to work with inside of the circle, playing from the southern half of the play zone. And look at the split from the players as well. Map control will be there, information will be there, but if any one of these individuals gets knocked out, then it will be very difficult for them to recover. And Endeavour Esports towards the northeastern edge, surrounded by W2R. I don't think Gullu is going anywhere yet. There it is. That's the end of the journey in this game.
But once again, Johnny, 9MM Esports, I think so they just controlled it pretty beautifully though. They know that how to play in this situation at least. But now, have to be a bit strong with your decision making though. Team RaZr on the other side, one of the player just hiding inside this compound, playing completely on the edge because he knows that he is the final lad. He gotta work things way out. Top 7 already. You can at least make your way up into the top 5. I think so that's gonna be your minimum goal, but there's a player already rotating. That's gonna be Keonj. None other than from the players of W2R Esports from Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Technology, pretty close to you, so you to be careful. Rulzbreakers on the other side enjoying this height advantage from a very long time. Will the circle still favor them in the stage 5? That's the question now. Spots out a player, utilizing his Bucky, rotating. Babu has a lot of information, and now the circle is also favoring them. What a game, man, for this team. Rulzbreaker, I think that they should be able to just convert this one into a chicken.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, I think I like this observatory position. The only problem from here is if you commit too much ammunition into the fight early, then it's very difficult to replenish the ammunition, replenish the utility. Because you see, if you move down south, then you're putting yourself into the line of fire of all the teams playing the southern territory. And that's the only problem that can potentially be there for Rulzbreakers in the future. But at least for the mid-game stages right now, they have the prime spot. To gain value from here, you have to be precise. You have to make sure your shots find contact on the opponents, and you are getting those elimination points.
Bit of a null here, though. Just waiting for the players to set themselves up. 9mm Esports once again. Not even a massive game yet, but still only one finish. Still trying to find some good area to take control of. I think so. Scouting the area is your best decision. Abhinav doing the same thing, but you're pretty close to the players of W2R Esports, and sometimes this type of positioning kind of hinder you. Alpha eventually has that perfect vehicle for himself, but Johnny, the problem is God's Omen, they are also inside the circle. They got a good dip though. I like where God's Omen is playing, Zeref and Otto. Only the problem is the top angle, but there's only one team is playing and they are playing from laboratory, so I don't think so they should worry about that positioning. So I think so God's Omen, they got a good positioning. On the other side, Krish, oh, he got knocked out by Dustin. Now that's the start of the aggression though. You are charging on to the players of W2R. Switch back to the DPS FPP mode, and that's a knock.
What a play coming through from 9mm Esports, and a few moments ago, if you remember, we were talking about the fact that some of these players are just playing with level 1 armor and helmet this late into the game, but it doesn't matter. If they can finish off their opponents, they can pick up the level 2 armor and helmet from their crates. I think that is the intention for 9mm Esports. Dustin closing in with the hovercraft, but instantly gets pummeled with the S12K to his face. A big mistake. What was that? Overconfidence put on display, and the punish from W2R was very precise. And I think now this is a mistake being made by 9mm Esports, because even the backlines get compromised as God's Omen are moving in.
I think so leaving this territory, leaving this positioning is going to be your best decision. And yeah, it's kind of working out. Alpha eventually still managed to find a knock. You got away from God's Omen because you were about to get sandwiched between these two teams, but you somehow dodged it. Moving forward, Tiger keeping an eye on his opponents. From the distance, he knows that where the player are, but once again, the circle is still favoring you, so you don't have to, just engage in a fight which is completely against you. Have to be a bit strong though. Ash healing himself up once again, hiding behind that vehicle. The circle still moves in. Still favoring the players of Rulzbreakers. They still got the chance. Tiger also making sure that he got a good positioning. But Abhinav, you need to be careful. He needs to be careful. Alpha on the other side hiding behind the tree. The smokes are good enough though, but you still got 30 seconds to work with before the 7th stage will arrive. So for now, you're in a good decision. But God's Omen on the other side. We're talking about their dip, but they decided that they're not going to stay inside that dip. But rather, they will create some coffin for these players. Some easy frag, collect some easy frags, and certainly will. Rocky eventually got taken down by the blue. Zeref, the damage was good, but still not enough.
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, it wasn't enough. At least they find knock, though. But Zeref, I think the footsteps on the other side of the ridge has been heard. But only a nade and a Molotov to work with, and the counter nade from Smokey. My goodness! There is no answer to that. R2, he's the last man surviving for the side of God's Omen. Instantly goes for a revive, but this can be a potential bait. And especially with Rulzbreakers on top of the hill. I don't know what the decision from God's Omen is like. Look at that. The position has been scouted out. The revive comes through. Zeref gets knocked out for the second time. This time it's Roshan, and he confirms the finish. Now R2 is fighting for his life, finds the trade. Smokey falls. The finish is going to be claimed by God's Omen, but there's nowhere left to run. There's the end of the journey. And I don't think, even though they took out God's Omen, that the opponents are going to stay alive for long. Fantastic 5. They are going to be the next ones to bite the dust down to their last man. And Roshan, he's been spotted out. He's using the smokes very well to cover his back, but yeah, not enough map, not enough terrain for him to work with. Will eventually either get taken out by Rulzbreakers up north or by the other team sitting on the right.
Mr. Roshan, just look at him, Johnny. He's still inside the circle. He's still in the game. He's still making sure that he will eventually be the point of contact here. He's just waiting. Biscuit, not in a good position though. Completely unaware about his surroundings. So that is not going to be a good thing though. He could be the next blood. Roshan lobbing those smokes so that he just creates some level of safety for himself. But it is too good to see that he's barely surviving. he doesn't even have that health utility, so it's just praying. That's it. I think so, just helping him out to survive till the end. Made it into the top 4, so that's a good sign.
That's good for now, but Rulzbreakers. Now this is where I think, as we've been talking about it, their positional prowess, their position up top in the observatory gave them the edge, but now they need to start claiming those finishes. Just 4 finishes secured in the game so far. They have a few more to clean up, but Man OP gets shot in the back. He gets taken out. 9mm. They've been very impressive in this game of Erangel so far, and I think now it's finally down between them and the players of Rulzbreakers. 9mm controlling the south, Rulzbreakers controlling the north. Although his teammates, they've closed in the distance, they've closed for the ridge, and Biscuit from the backlines is just left there to provide cover fire for his teammates. He's been doing a decent job till now, but Rulzbreakers, I don't think they will have enough utility to survive the end game, to be honest.
Johnny, I think so. They're just playing it till the end. They're just waiting for the final moments, though. But I think so. Rulzbreaker, they played smart, though. Not gonna lie. They just waited it out till the end, and now you are just barging onto your opponents. The problem is, as I just mentioned, they don't even have the perfect utilities. But I think so. This waiting game somehow managed to, help you so that you can collect as many information as you can. You're still rotating inside the circle, so that's a good thing. But Inferno on the other side, from OneShot, has been eliminated now. Rulzbreakers, 5 elimination onto their name, and still counting, still looking solid, still can get some more. But you have to be careful of that fantastic 5 player, Mr. Roshan. He is still in the server, man.
That's very impressive survival instincts on display, but finally he's pushed outside of the edge of the circle, so that blue zone damage I think is going to be enough, but he can definitely ruin the day for 9mm Esports, or maybe for Rulzbreakers, depends on the line of fire that he has. Oh, but Roshani is losing his HP. Rulzbreakers push to the back, gives him a little bit more breathing room to work with. Babu knocked out from the side of Rulzbreakers. 9mm, the floodgates for them are open. This is their time to push forward. Babu, the revive comes through. And now Rulzbreakers are just playing for time, playing to see if they can delay the fight longer. 9mm looking to control the flank, looking to be on the move as Alpha just circles around the hill. And well, they're trying to sandwich the players of Rulzbreakers. Tiger goes for the push, and it's a big mistake. He gets knocked out. The advantage again in the players for the players of 9mm. It's a 3 versus 2 versus 1. And I think now it's pretty sure, I'm pretty sure at least, which team will walk away with the chicken dinner for this match. 9mm, the odds are stacked for them.
This game is going till the end, man. The final moments, though. Abhinav once again hiding behind that shack is going to be the best move here for him. But for now, this game, testing these players, testing the final limits. Abhinav going to survive. You still got 2 more players, but you got a lot of information to work with. That the backlines is completely clear. Sat inside his vehicle and now moving towards a safe area, though. But Johnny expected it to get over. Like, should have just secured the chicken in a bit early. Rulzbreakers, they waited till the very end.
Yeah, pretty much. As you said, they just waited a little too much. They should have put up pressure on the players of 9mm. Especially considering 9mm, I think from their movements, from their position, you could clearly see how hesitant they were in being proactive for those fights. But now the odds are there in their favor. I'm a little bit more surprised that no one has taken out Roshan so far, but now finally Roshan takes a few shots. Ash panics. Who is this man right behind me? The nade is being cooked, and Roshan with the S12K should be able to find a knock. There it is. He does find the knock, converts the finish. Numbers again equalized. Will it be a 3-way showdown? No, it won't. Roshan gets finished off. The nades go flying. Rulzbreakers, they have been given a second chance at the win, and this time they do not want to miss it. Ash, HP extremely low, gets taken out again, and Rulzbreakers, for the first time in this game, again, the odds favor them. It's a 2 versus 1. It's a 1v1. Alpha finds an impressive play. An impressive moment for himself. But Babu in the backlines, He's still waiting. Now, both these two men know where the opponent is. Babu has been spotted out as well. Ash with the shots. Alpha with the shots, my apologies. Dishes out some damage. The molly gets lobbed. So now the left-hand side of the tree is off limits.
No way. Babu. He's just making his move. A smoke has been locked in. Once again, UMP, the perfect weapon for the hip fire. But hey, this is the shotgun meta. It's still on. And the game. What an end. That's going to be 9mm.
Yeah.
2 chicken dinners in a row, Johnny. And that got stolen. Or maybe, I think so. I have to call it out. That's a giveaway by Rulzbreakers.
Pretty much,
no
man.
way.
That was a giveaway. That was a throw of the chicken. And to be honest, a very awkward end game for both the teams. Towards the end, you could still not tell who would win. It was a 3 versus 3 versus 1. Came down to a 3 versus 2 with 9mm having the advantage. Then it came down to a 2v2. All of a sudden, Rulzbreakers have the edge again. But in the end, 9mm somehow do manage to secure the chicken dinner for themselves. And I believe with 6 eliminations, so about 16 to 17 points in the bag for 9mm Esports, which is quite decent. And it will keep them in a decent position inside of the top 5.
And I think so before this particular match, the amount of points difference they had was, 12. If we compare it with the first team. So I think so they will eventually challenge them up, and now they will just found themselves in a very, very good spot. So I think so this chicken dinner will definitely prove that alright, 9mm, they might be the next team to just look out for, because they were looking pretty solid. But back-to-back 2 chicken dinners, especially in a competition, in a tournament where it's just, this is a 3-day affair and you are just able to replicate the same game. And to be honest, 9mm, I think so they should play more Erangels, because hey, your Erangels are actually very solid.
Yeah, pretty much. And as you mentioned, I think it was an impressive performance from 9mm. Rulzbreakers as well, I was quite surprised, but Endeavour Esports, they've taken a tumble. I don't know what's going on with God's Omen as well. They were looking so good yesterday, but today, I can't even blame too much aggression for the lack of performance, because like this is a team with experienced professional players, so if they are being aggressive, I'm pretty sure that they should be able to convert those fights, but even that isn't happening.
Exactly. To be honest, that's a very good point though, because on the other side, W2R, they're just using and doing the same thing, the same strategy, and it is kind of working out in their favor. They're just being a bit of an aggression, but still controlling some of the map and playing on the edges, clearing out these edges. They have the game plan, the similar game plan from yesterday's too, so I think so that is a very good point for them. But yeah, God's Omen kind of lost in the sauce, I think so. That's going to be the only thing, but you're still in a good spot. You're not like far away. You lost the lead. You still got some time left to work your way up, but how many points you have managed to squeeze out from this map, that's going to be the question, because once again, fantastic 5-1 player Mr. Roshan survived till the end. There was a situation when we was in the top 8, he was the only player surviving, and from that top 8 position to the top 4, so I think so it's a good thing for him.
Pretty much,
for his team.
I think a good thing for the team as well. I didn't expect Roshan to be in the top 3, to be honest, because yeah, let's be honest, that was a very exposed position to play from the southern half of the circle, and yet very impressive that he was there. Look at this. This is where it all began for Fantastic 5. They lost a lot of bodies on towards Novorepnoy Bridge very early, and from there making it to the top 3 was very impressive. They are going to have a massive boost of points. Desynx Esports, I think that was my favorite moment of the game, completely catching. I don't know what was going on with the opponents in the form of W2R. Were they not getting sound cues? Did they not hear the footsteps? Because that was an easy takedown. That was an easy 2-piece. But from there, not a lot of recovery was put on display.
I think so they were just not expecting that one grenade, especially because God's Omen, especially because they got a good dip. They kind of hurt the players too, but eventually got bamboozled by the players. So that was just a bit of surprise. But Rulzbreakers, like, we have been setting up the whole game that, hey, these guys got the advantage, they got the height advantage, they got a lot of information to work with, but eventually losing out at the end, just, once again, that was one of the biggest giveaway in this game. Although, if we talk about one player, that's going to be WinNoob getting that MVP for himself for a good game for this lad, though.
Yeah, pretty much, and I think WinNoob, he's been pushing for the top players of the tournament as well, so we are going to see him take a leap over there as well. 5 finishes, 63% finish contribution in this match. And Endeavour Esports, I think even in their worst performing games, they have been getting a decent number of eliminations. So this is definitely proving to be a top contender for the 2 lakh rupees that are there for the winners, but we'll have to see how things are going to change for them on the overall leaderboard, because 17 points for 9mm Endeavour, they are there with 9 points, so they will still have the first position to their name, but the difference has been cut short.
It totally did, man. And 9mm, I think so. One more similar game, not even a chicken. If you end up in the top 5, I think so. That's going to be good enough for you guys. And that's a very solid number on board, by the way. If we talk about 4 Campus, these things, not a good game for these lads. NLS, RaZr, eventually RaZr got 4 points. I think so. That's a good commendable approach, but can't say the same thing for other teams, though.
Yeah, pretty much, as you mentioned. Can't say for the other teams. I think the only teams that have kind of recovered their lost form has to be God's Omen with 9 points. I think today we just have to stay happy with those 9 points, and then W2R, who are somewhat consistent. Oh, all right.
What?
I was wrong.
Yeah.
9mm Esports, they're first, 103 with 3 chicken dinners. W2R, they're second with 2 chicken dinners, 102. And Endeavour Esports, 97 points on the third. But the competition is still quite tight between the top 4, as God's Omen are there with 95 points. But Sivansh, look at that difference, man. From 95 on the 4th, we drop all the way to 69 points for Team RaZr on the 5th. It seems like only 4 teams are playing in this tournament.
26 points difference, Johnny. And for that, you have to, just get a good chicken in your favor. Then there is still a possibility that you will be able to, just close in the distance against these opponents. But still, 103 is a very, very solid number, though. Looking very good. Didn't expect this to be like this explosive, but hey, it is.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, we didn't expect it to be this explosive, but things are going pretty well for everyone except Fantastic 5, my buddy. Fantastic 5, yeah, on that 8th position. I think today overall has been good, but we need to see big games from Fantastic 5 if they want to stand a chance to close in on the top 4. And let's not forget, prize money distribution is based on where you finish on the overall leaderboard, so there's still possibility for Fantastic 5 to move up and increase the money that they finish this tournament with. Although I think Mystical Wave, something has been off since yesterday. They were able to secure 1 chicken dinner and then just completely faded away. You see 11 placement points, a total for Mystical Wave. You get 10 for 1 chicken dinner. That means in all of the other matches, they've just managed to secure just 1 placement point, which is not a good thing. And now they find themselves in the bottom 3. But again, there's 1 Rondo tomorrow. If they can drop a 30 bomber on Rondo tomorrow, hope will be there. And today, we are down to the 2 Miramar. So if Mystical Wave can be consistent on the Miramars, finish both of them with the chicken dinner, then for them as well, the door to the top 8 still remains open.
I think so. That's going to be your last resort, right? At least get as many points as you can, squeeze out from the next Miramar, and then just try to focus that eventually you will be, end up on the positive side of the leaderboard. Because still, once again, if you know that the top 5 is pretty far away from you, just try to collect as much money as you can. I think so. That's going to be a good boost for yourself. But I think so. This is going to be a very good experience. Thanks a lot to once again Krafton and Esports for this College Campus Tour Championship, because not even they're just getting the taste of the competitive structure, but also they're collecting a lot of experience playing alongside teams like W2R and God's Omen, Johnny.
Pretty much, and I think that is something that definitely will help them in the future if they do want to go into the pro circuit, if they do want to join one of these teams. Again, this was an opportunity, a platform, as you mentioned, to showcase your skills, to showcase your prowess, and of course gain some extra money for yourself while you're pursuing your college studies. That is why the tournament begins very late in the evening, because in the morning everyone has their lectures, everyone has their college work to deal with, and towards the evening is where playtime is supposed to be for everyone. We used to play games in the evening, and right now these lads are just playing for 5 lakh rupees in prize money. But we'll have to see how the next few games turn out. Before that, we're going to take a very short break. Stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Make no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, till we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We innovate, we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say. Come out the cave, they see the blood on our shirt. They see the teeth in the face. They watching.
Unleashing madness with method. This is the biggest tournament in the history of BGMI. Raw power meets precision. So many days of sacrifices. Finally, this is the moment they had been waiting for a long, long time. To crown the champions!
Double XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. On 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies or facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Krafton India Esports presents College Campus Tour Championship. My name is Shivan Phoenix Singh. Alongside me, it's going to be Mr. Spartus. And Spartus, what a lovely game is going on, man. To be honest, Rulzbreakers kind of gave away a chicken, a perfect dish. Could have had a taste of that particular chicken, but unfortunately you lost it. And yeah, give props to your opponents. They played too good. That's going to be 9mm. But Spartus, once again, the final two maps are going to be Miramar. The previous Erangel, the final Erangel was a bit slow. And once again, you have to expect that slow, sneaky gameplay in Miramar as well.
I think this will be even more slower, like, as compared to the Erangel matches, because like the two stages of the entire game, the teams are most likely in the looting phase, just trying to early rotate and see how the map is gonna work out, where the zones are heading to, and just expecting no fights at all in the first phases initially. But that has been the case. But for team like 9mm, this strategy has worked out really well, because at the end of, I think, 6-7 matches, they were somewhere in the top 8 and nowhere near the top 3, because there were just 3 teams, W2R, Endeavour and Omen, fighting among themselves. But now 9mm has toppled everybody down with back-to-back chicken dinners and are at the top spot. And with this flight path almost being in the central region where majority of the places are achievable on the first flight that you take, it looks like this is going to be yet another thriller matchup.
Yeah, it does seems like that for us. But once again, the plane path, the map is keep on changing, but the plane path is still the same. It's still starting from the northern side and heading towards the southern side, slightly shifted towards the eastern side of the map. In the previous two maps of Erangel, we saw the map technically form towards the southern side of the map, so I'm expecting the same thing. But for now, we talk about the circle. Once the plane path is done, the circle will eventually form, and just waiting for it to be here though. Both Parajay is going to be hot drop. 3 teams just got out from the plane. Lost Leon is also empty, but it will get even crowded. 3 teams, 2 teams in fact are moving towards both the Parajay. And now the circle, oh look at that, ridiculous circle.
And teams like RaZr, who have dropped very early at the start at Toriel Muda, they will have a really good time, because they have sufficient amount of buildings to loot around, but also they have another squad in the close proximity. I just want to see if Team RaZr will engage with them or not at this point, because knowing this team, they are in, I still believe, in the top 8 right now, and they definitely don't want to engage in some disadvantageous fights, because early on you definitely have a lack of armor or the helmet and even a lack of weaponry, but not for Enshu. He has a machine gun already.
Yeah, found an M249 and
wow.
Level 2 helmet. A vest is missing, and that's it. That's a complete kit you want, especially in an early fight. So Team RaZr, I think so. They got a good advantage though. On the other side, you can clearly see the finish feed. It's just already running. Nuclear got knocked out. That could be the opening. Cook moving up, peppering down some bullets. That's going to be the pre-spray. Cook moving up into the building. He's all alone, so you gotta be careful. All the Suk providing some back end cover with the AKM. 3 times, and that's gonna be an EBS burst on your face. And Anshu, once you start fighting, you don't want to stop.
That's how you use the machine guns. But the first entry being taken by a DBS, followed by a machine gun. That is just perfect. The M249 with the DBS, the best duo combination that you can use. But on the other side of the field, it is Godlin who has been taken down. So I believe that was Endeavour Esports who have engaged in yet another fight. So things are not looking good for that team as well. But right now, Sook is cooking up a grenade onto the face, and Clutch God in the meanwhile has been taken down. Although there is players in the close proximity, so they have to be very careful, just trying to jump around, and Sook will get knocked down, and RaZr, who have the advantage early on, have now been pushed to the back lines, but Sook finally will get the finish of the player he knocked down earlier, and the teammates finally clearing things up for the player, and RaZr getting the first squad wipe in their name. A perfect start to the game without losing a single player, securing 4 finishes.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's the end of one team. What a play. What a team play, by the way. Commendable approach. FRAG Esports, they're also on the first page of the overall ranking. And they got the opening to secure 2 frags. Walker and Narze. And MB Sports, once again, the only team who secured 2 chicken dinners in a row. Looking forward to get one more.
Oh, 1 bullet.
Oh, the spray was good, but up enough. Not perfect, though. Scarl with the red dot, and now you're opening. Now you're completely in the open area. Somehow he prone down at the right nick of time. About to get knocked out, but saved himself.
Not a good place, although he needs to be very quick on his heels to just rotate out from that spot. I'm not sure if we have the smokes for that reason right now, because it is still the very early phase of the loot section. And now 9mm, they are trying to close down the gap. They have spotted the players of W2R, and it is going to be a very crucial battle, since W2R and 9mm, they are the only 2 teams who have crossed the 100-point marker, averaging 10 points per game. And these 2 teams fighting on in the first phase itself will decide the future on where these teams will end up eventually. Because right now, they definitely don't want to get any casualty as of now. Endeavour on the other side, they do have Godlin in the squad. He is still alive, although got taken some chip damage, but surviving that early phase of fighting. Because Endeavour, despite the fact that they ended day 1 at the top spot, they are now toppled down to 3rd position with 97 points. So things aren't looking good for them on day number 2. 9mm have taken their place, and W2R has been very consistent, but now Endeavour, they are looking for a chicken for themselves, because they are still the only team in the top 4 who has not secured a single chicken dinner.
On the other side, there's a team who already got 3 chicken dinners, so that easily showcases that this particular event is full of surprises. Though Team Gojo on the other side, if you talk about surprises, they started off pretty decent. They had a tough start yesterday and eventually got a decent end. Trying to replicate the same thing. Esports on the other side in the previous match, they had a really bad outing. But now Katsuya Cutie spots out both the players, leaving away the vicinity 1100 meters away from the safe zone, so you gotta make a move. Desynx Esports, by the way, pretty strong though. The problem is that you gotta find those vehicles up. Although stage 1 damage is not gonna be that huge as you expect it to be. But still good enough to at least just force you out from your comfortable spot. FRAG Esports once again a prominent name. At least they somehow managed to just make sure that they will just showcase some consistency in the whole game plan. That kind of works. Now, what's going to be your next halt location, FRAG Esports? Because for now, you're scouting a lot of this area. You're trying to check those angles, check those compounds. Luffy, not the way drive your buggy there. But I think so. They've kind of found a spot. They'll take some cover. And I think so it's not that bad. It's not far away from the circle. It's not too deep in the safe zone. So you're kind of dodging the unnecessary fight, but you will still be able to take and try to gatekeep for those teams who tend to rotate late.
Yeah, and that is a really good strategy, especially on the map of Miramar, because there are so many teams who will be late to the rotation, especially when the first phase have already been a hard shift. So all the southern side teams, all the teams who prefer the players of Puerto Perecio or Chubasera, even Los Leones, they have to have a very long path in the rotation, and such teams are very prone to getting shut down by the zone keepers. But let's see if there are teams who will successfully be able to do that, since Miramar is one of those maps where the terrains work in the favor. You do have good ridges, good covers. Even when you spot a player, it's not a confirmed knock, since that's how the map is designed. You have a lot of cover. Until the spray is laser perfect, you will have a good chance of surviving the initial contact. Right now, if you look at Battlehawks, one of those teams who showed some good glimpses of a good team in the starting game, but then just fell off really quickly, and now are not having the game that everybody expected they have, finding themselves on the 13th spot in the overall standing.
Yeah, a bad ending though. Like, expected them to be more precise with their game plan though, but kind of got instantly bummed out. Well, it's not their mistake though. Yeah, they committed some of them, but still, they were just trying their level best to at least be a bit strong in that situation though. Circle has been formed, still a bit ruthless. Circle moving towards the northwestern side. Arcane has been dropped out. That's going to be Battlehawk securing another finish in their favor. Yamraj is the one feeding himself in terms of those finishes. Like the play though.
But again, at this point, the thing is, they have secured the first finish, but I just want to see them take more fights right now, because if you look at the bigger picture, we have already played 10 games. We are in the 11th game right now, and there is a total of 18 games. So all you have is just last 8 games remaining, and you are on the 13th spot, and being on the 13th spot is basically you don't have anything to lose. I just want to see all the teams who are on the second page just take a bit more gambles, just take a bit more risk overall in your game plan, get a bit more aggressive, and try to chase down that top 8 spot right now. Because if they continue with the strategy they are going in, this will be very difficult for them to topple down anyone on the top leaderboard.
Some tweaks in your game plan, and it'll be solid. You'll be back in the game the way you want to be, the way you want to play this game. So I think so. Once again, could be really interesting though. Are you gonna make that game plan? Question for now, but for now, Omen spots out the player, taking out a lot of damage. This is quite long, but you have to give away your finish. Anuj has been instantly finished off. Not a bad position for that guy. Oh, Dope received a lot of damage. Good damage, by the way. Not gonna lie.
Right now, the thing is, the two of the players are still knocked down from OneShot, and OneShot is one of those teams who have played really well in one of those Erangel games yesterday. So they are definitely capable of pulling something big, but right now, with the players down and the opponent team just approaching them, things are not looking good. OneShot, they need to be very careful, and Walker, he finds yet another knock, and Dolphin, he is out of the picture. Just not a knock, but a finish as well, and right now, I believe it is LHS who is dominating them. Yeah, it is Dope on the other side, finding that knock and finish, and OneShot, they are just getting down in numbers, and Inferno, he needs to make a decision whether just stand there for his teammates or just fall back and play for the survival of the team.
Well, it's either you're just gonna save him or either you just lose him. Gave him away. Frag is gonna be very important though. But not gonna be that easy as you think it to be. Spotters, once again, it's all about the final movements, how you're gonna play it out. That's gonna be the question. You have to survive till the end. Omen losing out Anuj a bit early. 20 seconds getting away from this fight against the players of OneShot. But still a very slow game. Third stage and still 55 players in the lobby. Kind of a slow start.
Yeah. Well, but also at the same time, teams are just going really for the placement, and that is not a bad approach. But for the teams who are on second page, I just want to see them quite early rotate and figure out where the opponent team might be in the second phases of the game. But right now, almost a knock on Abhay, and OneShot, they just lost a player recently, and now when they move to a compound, they have been pinned down yet again, and things are just not looking good for them. Oh, knock. Not sure what the players are trying to do from here. Just moving in the open, trying to secure their buggy vehicle, which might not be used in such open spaces.
Yeah. A bad play though, but still. Alright. You got a free ticket to upgrade your loadout. Argo will get that level 3 kit, but you're surrounded by a lot of enemies, so one wrong move and eventually you get pinned down. On the side, Chris from RaZr is going big. Dobro's already lost his life. Not in a good position. Inferno. Oh, OneShot Esports though, still getting into action. Strong start.
Let's see if we see a slam in coming in the way or not, but Flaw again being taken down and things are just not looking good for OneShot because again Abhay, this is the third time he has been knocked and now the health is decreasing a lot faster. Inferno needs to go back in the cover, revive his teammates because things are just getting out of hand on OneShot and now it is a slam coming against them and it is Battlehawks who I really wanted to see perform really good and now with the slam, Team OneShot might be on the verge of elimination.
They indeed. They are indeed. You gotta get away. You have to be a bit of a careful situation though. One good grenade and you can instantly got taken down. Flawless eventually just utilize that adrenaline siren, smoking it off. The angle is done. Abe has been knocked out. Some more smokes being lopped out by this team. Inferno. Although the repositioning and oh, he might find some good timing to revive his teammate and he did though. Abe, he will get the revival. So that's a good sign, Spartus. But you gotta move inside the circle 150 meters away from the safe zone. And that's gonna be a problem. Other than that, everything is all okay.
And this way the game is being played, it is quite slow in this manner because teams are trying to get a fight, they get closer and then just fall back. They had so many opportunities to take the players down, but the game is not how we expect them to play. But the decisions these teams are taking right now, and on the other side of things, Battlehawks, the vehicle has been burst down, and I believe everyone was just in one single vehicle, and things went down south really quickly for them.
Indeed, it did. That's gonna be a problem though. Stage 4, we still got some teams left. We still got some competition left. And now the problem is that WasTaken, they got stuck inside this compound though. Anshu, random spray. Gonna move inside, outside the blue. Oh, you still gonna knock a player down and you might finish him off. But Anshu, take that vehicle as soon as possible. Why there is not even a single booster applied on this lad? What he is? Oh my god, this guy, Anshu.
On the slam, oh, he's surviving.
Check your driving skills, man. Not the perfect time.
He survived, that is important, and finally just able to escape that region. Yep, a bit dicey decision making out there, but it works out eventually. He will enter the zone, but not in the safest of the regions. There are teams in the close proximity and the vehicle burst down is always a threat. He needs to find a cover as soon as possible because there are so many teams firing on all cylinders right now. Because these ridges, these compounds are not a safe option at all. Gojo.
Players are also going down. OneShot eventually taking down the players of Endeavour Esports. Once again, a solid team. We thought that they are looking in a very good position, about to get the advantage. Now, not looking as good as we thought. A grenade onto Flawless by Endeavour Esports, so they are showcasing that retaliation, but one more grenade would work. And yeah, it will! Kalu! What a perfect nade that was! Although OneShot, Inferno is replying, and yeah, they eliminated the whole squad by the use of just those utilities. What a play! That's why they're in the top 3. Never count them out.
What a performance yet again, and this is finally heating up slowly and steadily because we are moving into stage 5 and this is the most crucial stage of the game. But right now, Endeavour, they are in a big threat, although the cover fire finally coming along their way. The survival will be ensured from this one single spray, and now Endeavour, who are still in the competition pretty much, just 97 points from them, 5 points away from the table toppers. They need to have a good game. They need to secure at least 1 or 2 chicken dinners in the upcoming games to make sure that they get their spot back. But with 9mm and the performance they are delivering and kind of dicey performance from Endeavour, it is another threat that is hampering the overall placement points.
It certainly does. But once again, you have to deal with that threat out. Gulu has been taken down by Manupi. That's going to be a knockdown, not even a single finish yet. Gulu has been a very important piece of person. Dustin eventually just showcasing once again his beautiful skills. He has done it again, securing another knock by just utilizing those grenades. Fantastic 5, utilizing those smokes to perfection. This has to be the play of the day, Spartus.
Looks very interesting now. I just love these high intensity matchups, and at this point this is definitely working out. But if you look at the ridges that these teams are holding, WasTaken, they are just moving ahead, although they might collide in some teams, and there is yet another team just alongside them, and the spray is very prone to the vehicle burst, but they have the safe hit, and surprisingly they aren't taking any damage.
Not. But once again, stage 5. Where will the game move from here? Star has been taken down, by the way, got knocked down inside the smoke. Chad just trying to confirm that finish.
And he will.
Marksman works, and he will, as you just mentioned, right? He certainly will. What a play.
I just love the use of marksman rifle. These are such beautiful weapon to use. So much damage, and if you are accurate enough with the taps, you can definitely hunt people down, and this is what Chad is doing right now. Smokey on the side with the AUG waiting to spray down the players who are moving close to him. He still needs to move 12 meters into the play zone. He is just on the edge of it, just waiting for the right time. But the thing is, it can be really risky since there are a lot of compounds in the close proximity, so you never know which window you will get swung from. But Fantastic 5, they need to make a move. They need to move up ahead. Play zone is just right close to them, just 10 meters away. But choosing the right timing is very much crucial. But on the other side of the spectrum, it is teams who are fighting on, and Bamboo Boy from Fantastic 5 has been knocked down as well, and this is what they were afraid of. But now, it's a double pressure from both the ends.
It is. Got sandwich between two situations. Rocky with the S12K, switched back to the FPV, eventually got taken down with Smokey. He wasn't even ready to give and provide cover to your teammate. Now you could have lost out onto Rocky. You were there to at least help out one of your lads, but you kind of lost one another. Smokey eventually got peppered down inside the smoke, and that's a bad play. Bomb Boy moving forward. In these type of situations, you tend to utilize those mollies, but where are they? Once again, Fantastic 5, they somehow managed to survive. They still got 45 seconds to work with. As far as this ain't easy.
Oh, this is just not looking good. Things are turning really differently now. Fantastic 5. How are they even managing to survive? Roshan, he's just behind the cover, spots a player, and the perfect spray down. Close range will just finish off the player, secure the finish point, and this one single point might even lead to even more structural performance from them, because Fantastic 5, they have been able to move around, although they just had 17 seconds to move up ahead. But now Roshan, he has to do all the things by himself. Finds another frag, and that's about it for the squad. Gets dealt with by 9mm. 9mm moves ahead with 2 players, but Desynx Esports is there to ruin the party.
Top 7 situation, Spartus. This is not going to be that easy as you think, but still, it is a dire situation. Desynx Esports, they know that how much important this is to enter inside the circle safely, but safely is going to be the keyword here. Will you able to get that? Desynx somehow managed to get some positioning, moving on top, 70 meters away. The distance is quite a lot.
Zoom, sir. He's just zone keeping so many players, and Alpha gets dealt with. One more team almost on the verge of elimination, and believe that 9mm has been completely wiped out. One of the strongest teams in the zone have been eliminated on 7th position. If that was the final frag. and they are the table toppers. But now seeing at all the other team, I think even Endeavour is out of the picture. So top 2 teams have been secured. I just want to see if W2R, are they surviving or not? Because if that's not the case, things might not be that bad for them, since the point difference between them will not be humongous, since they are all the teams who are in the middle of the table.
Oh, God's Omen is still there, by the way. You have to take care of God's Omen, because that is a team which will eventually break you apart. That's going to be a really, really solid team, Spartans. If you are not prepared to fight them, then you are done for. But meanwhile, in this situation, Desynx Esports moving forward. Zoom Sir dished out some damage, but not enough on the other side. Which has been got knocked out. This is not going to be the position. Team W2R FRAG Esports representing Central Institute of Technology, doing a fabulous job controlling this position. But Rowdy is still there. 90% of his vest is completely damaged, but he's still finding it out. 10 meters more towards the safe zone. 40 seconds is left on the clock to work your way up. But you got a gate key by none other than God's Omen, controlling the sidelines. This is crazy.
Rowdy just getting the revival down for the player, but he just keeps on moving, and I think there's some actually decent in the communication right now. But yep, finally will get the revive up. God's Omen, they have 3 players still surviving, but they need to clear the back lines, and that is really important right now. God's Omen dope, holding his ground, spotting the players representing the Rishihood University. Still standing strong, waiting for others to make a move, and this strategy is surely working out. They are outside the zone. They need to make sure what type of risk they want to take from here on, because they are in the top 3. A top 2 or top 3 finish, even in this matchup, with a bit more finish points added to the tally, will definitely make sure that they climb for the first spot.
Yeah, they certainly will. I think so that will certainly solidify your position. That's what you're looking forward to. But Rowdy, that's the end. Dope. Finished off the whole team in just one spray. Gojo just helping him out. God's Omen, 4 finishes in their name. Anuj too OP. They lost him too early, but still this triple man stack is working out. Not going to be that easy, but still, you have to make sure that eventually everything should work in your favor. On the other side, Rulzbreakers. Yeah, a team who had a really great chance in the previous map. Once again, made it into the top 4, but you got to finish off some players. You got to collect those finish points. Tiger moving in forward. 1 grenade in his hands. He is cooking it. Taking his sweet time. Lopped in a bit early, I think so. Will it land? It will, though. Stoop once again got knocked out. That's going to be twice in a row. Tiger tanked some damage, survived it. That's going to be his second last first aid kit. No boosters available. Got a reposition. Got peppering down by from a lot of those sides. 2 smokes available. Man OP has been confirmed. Meanwhile, Rulzbreakers making inside the circle. 1 airdrop in front of them so they can easily collect some fresh utility and level, basically level 2 kit or level 3 kit possibly. Tiger on the other side. It's his time to pick. It's his time to collect that frag, but connected few.
Rulzbreakers just waiting for the first finish, although even this is almost the final zone now, and again they are dealing a lot of damage, just unable to secure these frags. But now another vehicle just moving up across them, and Chad, he is in a very risky spot, although there are no throwables on the side of Tiger, so he needs to make sure that nothing goes against him. Just taking his time, but now has to just fall back. They are playing for the large player, they are playing for the positions from here on, but the zone shift will determine a lot of stuff, and this can be a central zone shift, since this is going to be another, yep, it is a central shift, another one, with all the teams are being forced to move up ahead. No one has the advantage, and now God's Omen, they are taking things in their own hands. Finish off yet another squad down to the top 3 now.
But once again, you have to clear those edges out. Once again, you have to make sure that you will get the major points here. ZF doing the same thing. Rulzbreaker still inside his circle. That's going to be your biggest threat there. It seems like it. Otto got a good position. Tiger once again got spotted out. Tiger, that's going to be your final first hit, man. Every single decision you're going to make from now onwards might cost you your life. So you have to be a bit careful. Team Gojo on the other side secure 2 frags, and that's it. Now into the top 3. 2 of the teams who were struggling at the early stage made it into the top 3. So I think so that's going to be a good suggestion to replicate these type of gameplays in the final map too. That's going to be the next Miramar. But for now, we are moving towards the end game. Gojo moving towards the circle, 20 meters away, but you don't even have a single smoke utilized yet. How are you going to move inside the circle? By utilizing those vehicles, one good spray and you are done. You gotta use those smoke to create some extra covers. Auto, the AUG will work. Look at the damage. This is what I was talking about.
Even better. And now, Hato, the position he is having, it is such a beautiful 1-1. The rich cover is completely in his favor. He exactly knows where one of the lineup is from the top 3. Although they are not sure how many teams are remaining, but they do know how many players are remaining right now. 10 players and 3 of them from their lineup. It is definitely one of those games where God's Omen can secure a chicken dinner. Sports team Gojo waiting for the hunt down, a 4v3v3 scenario. Otto just going up to the sidelines, trying to make up an angle towards Gojo. But the play zone will definitely now force the players to move up ahead. Stage 9 will close down the gap and every team will be forced to now make a move.
Yeah, you're going to move inside the circle. This will definitely force you. And this has to be the perfect position to fight. Yeah, team number 15, they're just moving in. Team Gojo not in a good position. Tanked a lot of damage. One good spray and the player will fall down broken in auto, eventually connecting and collecting those frags. Sparrow has been taken down instantly. That's not the end. That is just the start.
Still waiting on. 2 minutes remaining. And now every team, they need to decide how are they going to play the next 120 seconds. God's Omen, they are in the prime spot. Spots the player, Biscuit and just in front of them, but the need coming on his way. Dope has been chipped down a lot. Has just one more throwable left in the form of a Molotov. Nothing else he can work around with. But on the other side of things, there are his teammates who are giving him cover fire. But Dope, a good spray down with Skarel, deals a lot of damage to the other players. And again, team number 20 having to deal with a lot of stuff. It is Rulzbreakers Esports representing Ames Kalyani. They haven't had a good season till now. But finally in the top 3 on the verge of a chicken dinner. But will they be able to do that is a bigger question. And as I said, the players got taken down.
Got spotted out, Sparrows. Rulzbreakers, they are done for now. A big question indeed. You gotta move towards the backlines. That's what they were thinking there. Dope spots out the player. The spray was good, but eventually got knocked out. No way, God's Omen, you might lose it out, Serif. Utilize those painkillers. Gojo has been dropped down, and that's the end. God's Omen, ladies and gentlemen, securing the chicken at the second last map of the day. What a game it was. Full of surprises, but still, it worked out.
I think now it is time for God's Omen to lead the charge up top. Another brilliant matchup from their end, and God's Omen, who were, I believe, on the 4th position, if I'm not wrong, somewhere around
you were right.
95 points, 97 for W2R, and then 103 something for 9mm. Everyone got eliminated in the early phases. 9mm although went to the top 7-8 position, but not more than that. And with a big chicken dinner on the side of God's Omen, they are surely going to be the table toppers now.
I think so. They certainly are going to be spotters, and this is the team we were thinking that eventually, be one of the biggest threat from the day one, right? Me and Johnny had a little chat about these players because they got the experience too, and showcasing that experience in the second last map of the day, the first Miramar, by the way. To be honest, there was some situation, I think so, where Rulzbreakers could have got some extra advantage though, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case at all.
Yes, and it is something which all comes down to ifs and buts, and although the way it was played, our top 3 finish is definitely a decent enough, although if they were not getting spotted and if they had a better range to play around, things might have turned differently. But God's Omen, with the firepower they have, and they have been the most consistent team, and I would say one of the most consistent teams throughout the matches we have witnessed, they were bound to secure this chicken dinner. In a triangular matchup, the way they were dealing with 2 different teams at the same time, the way they spread out the player despite the fact just 3 players were remaining on their end, having a good communication as well as the setup, they exactly know how to play out the final zone.
I think so. You made a very good point, right? They were supposed to win this particular game because once again their positioning was solid, their game plan was solid. Despite of the fact one of the hard hitter, it is none other than Anus 2OP. You lost him pretty early, but you still managed to just get some damage out. You still managed to just get some advantage in your favor. I think so. It just all comes down to that one thing, and that is the synergy. How is the synergy between you and the other players in your team? Yes, you were 3 men, but throughout the game itself, it didn't feel like that you were losing out, or maybe one of your player is like completely out of the picture. So yeah, it was a very good game in your favor, and I think so you can try to replicate it, because I am expecting that they can actually.
Well, surely it can be one of those games where you can replicate the similar result, because the overall approach was a pretty standard one. You know how to play the large zones, you know how to just rotate out from the edges in the circle, take the fights which are in your favor and not just blindly hitting those rush spots. And then things definitely worked out in their favor as well, not getting third party with any of the attempts they made. Overall, a perfectly orchestrated game from there. And if the opponent had multiple nades, things might have been different. But Rulzbreakers as well as the other team, they ran out of throwables in the end. It all came down to just one of the picture where the opponent didn't have throwables and you had a better ridge cover. So the positioning, it did matter, but also the fortune favored the brave. And Gojo and Zeref, he came out to be the most valuable player.
I think so, Spartus, you mentioned the same thing yesterday too. It was you and me casting in the final game, right? The same thing happened yesterday too. The players, they were not prepared for this. And you mentioned that point that, all right, we can clearly see that you have been following the competitive structure a lot, but you've got to make sure that you tend to have those, smokes, the grenades, especially in the final zone. Because what if they had just one molly? They could have secured the whole game and they could have just turned around the whole map in their favor.
The throwables become very necessary when, especially in a map like Miramar, because this is one of those games where fighting the players behind the ridges is a tedious task, but throwables come in handy. But if you look at the points, 21 for Gojo with 11 finishes, and then it is just 10, 9, 8 points for the rest of the teams.
That's it, man. Only 2 teams were able to, just hit that double-digit mark. That's very rare sight to see, especially in a map like Miramar. Now look at that. 4 campers and an endless W2R, by the way, they had a bad end. Now Spartans, this is important because Endeavour Esports, they got 4 points, 9mm just got 5 points. So after this particular match, how many points you get? Like 109, 108, that's it. Now this will give the players of God's Omen a chance to strike back, ladies and gentlemen. They are the #1 team right now. That's a perfect spot for you guys, man. No cap.
It's a battle between the top 4 now. It is surely one of those games. Endeavour, without the chicken dinner, they have also entered the 100-point marker. 101 on their end, W2R with 103, 9mm 108, Gojo 116. Although the first and the fourth position have a 15-point difference, but that can still be changed in a matter of one game. So one good game for Endeavour, one bad game for Omen, and things might just turn around. But after that, the 5th to the 8th spot is what is even more interesting. Another 15 or rather 14-point differential between the teams. But then another 14-point differential. So the entire structure of the overall standings is broken down into 3 segments now.
I think so. It just all comes down to this only, Spartans. And as you just mentioned, right, Endeavour Esports, one good game will, throttle you up into the top position. You guys gotta get that chicken. Mystical Wave, by the way, the drop down is actually pretty brutal. Second last spot, despite you were like one of the first team to get that chicken in your favor. So that's gonna be a reality check though, but you still got one more game. Teams like Team Gojo, Rulzbreaker, despite of the fact they weren't able to just get the chicken dinner eventually in their favor. But I think so, at least in the top 3, you're maintaining your performance. You're just making sure that, all right, we have to show our faces into the top 3. That is working out. So that's a good thing.
Well, this is one of those areas where it is just now coming down to who have a good match and if your opponent has a bad one or not. Because everyone in the top 4, they are pretty much close when it comes to the firepower, the timings, and overall strategies. But it is all boiling down to the one particular matchup. And who will claim that last matchup of the day? We'll find all that out right after a very short break.
If you aiming for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I stretch out these hands, then prepare to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was never for your friends. They my fans.
Jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team will do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene.
Massacre, as soon as you have the nerve to try to step to me, I will snatch your turf. And matter of fact, scratch that, I will snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete, I'm not in a class with earth. My boys are down the ball if I say the word. The team is down the hall if I call the serve. I snap and best believe that a massacre.
XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need a hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. Never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back.
Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Soon as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Make no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, so we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We innovate, we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say. Come out the cave, they see the blood on our shirt. They see the teeth in the face. They watching tape, still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play. They send the snakes, they trying to give us a curse. They want us taking a bait, but that's okay. We keep on dodging the bull. We keep keep on saying Olay, blocking the way, thinking we flip in reverse, but we keep rushing the gate, stopping the rain. We know they sit on the throne, it's looking easy to take. We not afraid, we put the fear in their bones. Ain't no more running away. They tryna trace, they tryna follow our steps, they tryna copy the wave. Boy, that's so lame. That's why they keep getting curved. You gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work, like this is minimum wage. Boy, you crazy? Why you keep feeding the beast?
इन जैसे पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
BGMI क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 कोट देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख
BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
ऑफसाइड তোর বাড়িতে হবে।
ए भाई कुत्ते अबे हमारी जाएगा, सब लोग लाइन में खड़े। सुन
पहले मैं, चल निकल।
টিকিট 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 দাদা লবি টিকিট কোথায়
আছে তো দাদা, কতবার কাটবো? করবো লড়বো জিতবো।
KKR है तैयार, नाइट का फाइट, कोलकाता का प्राइड।
पर्पल में दिल, गोल्ड में है जीत। KKR ऑन रिपीट। नाइट हो या डे, नाइट्स आर हियर टू स्टे।
चुप, एकदम चुप। इस बार ये डिनर हमसे कोई नहीं छीन सकता, कोई भी नहीं।
KKR का swag now in battleground.
आर्मी कॉन्करर,
आर्मी KKR।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Krafton Esports College Campus Tour Championship. This is going to be the final game of the day, and after this particular game, we will complete the two-third, travel time, and especially, two-third completion of this particular event. But once again, you guys don't have to wait for a long time because the game is actually ready. We just got a call from our producer because this is going to be the final Miramar. Any expectations from you, Spartus?
Well, I just want to see Endeavour get their first chicken dinner in the end of 2 days, because this is a squad who are still in the top 4 and in the race of being the winner of this entire tournament. But with the way things are going for them, especially the last 2 to 3 games, it is just looking like the tournament is slipping in their hands, from their hands rather. But now 9mm, what a team they have also become. Like, till yesterday they were a no name, and now they are competing for the top spot as well. But other than them, it is Gojo, Omen, who have been pretty consistent, and W2R, who are looking for a good comeback as well. So the 4 teams everyone is eyeing out for, but other than them, there are almost every team who are pretty much in the same boat.
To be honest, Spartus, there is one thing, and that is that Endeavour Esports, they are representing double IT, Bhubaneswar, it seems. They are very solid players, and I think so they hold a very good future. And hoping them to just perform good, at least just get the final chicken dinner at the end of the day. So I think so that will eventually complete your day. But Partona? 2 teams are heading towards Partona. Oh my god, this was not in my bingo list, Spartus. And don't tell me one will get finished off in Partona. Damn.
that will be the case if someone finds a vehicle, and I can already see a knock coming in the way. maybe by the bare hands, or maybe someone found the vehicle earlier. It is NLS Esports who will lose their first player in the initial 5 seconds right after being dropping down. But now NLS, they exactly know where the players are. The arena is being surrounded. They need to look for some more rotational paths from here on, cause as things stands, this area does not have sufficient loot for 2 teams, so one has to make space for the other.
Yeah, you gotta make that space, and I think so that is gonna be a problem because once again, it's not then it's gonna be that not easy. But Dona is, oh my god, not the perfect place to get the loot. You don't even get. I think so. Like the max vehicle you can get is 2. That is a problem.
That is very annoying right now. Just want to see how well the other team will be prepared for them, cause now NLS, they have a decision to make whether fall off from the spot or just keep on fighting. Who's the other team? Fantastic 5 it is.
Yeah.
Oh. And I think Fantastic 5 are not in that bad of a spot. I believe they are somewhere in the top 8.
They certainly are, man.
Yeah, they are in top 8.
True. Okay. They're just utilizing this strat. It seems like they thought that the circle might move towards a certain side itself, and they will get a chance to, just play it safe, play it cool. But I think so. The thinking just collided, and that is such a thing, though.
Just waiting for something to happen from here on. Both the players know that this is a very difficult decision, whatever it is. If you try to fall back, there is a possibility of getting shot in the back. If you try to fight on, you don't have enough armory. And if you look at Roshan, he does not have anything. At least we'll find a level 1 vest. But that is just not good enough to take a fight, especially in this match. Now, getting on the first floor, finally will get some loot for himself. An upgraded vest, but without any helmet. So he needs to be very careful on whether he swings or not.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed, by the way. The thing is that Fantastic 5, you get a chance to escape from this position, though. Can't say the same thing for the players of your opponent, NLS Esports, because they are stuck towards despite they are stuck towards the highway side, but the vehicle tend to spawn on the edges of the highway. So Fantastic 5, actually they have the advantage. And look at the position of B2B. He eventually got the vehicle because he was towards the edge of the highway. So now he will utilize that positioning advantage, getting the vehicle in his favor. But NLS Esports, now it's going to be a 2v3 situation. Godlin, full team, spots out the player, eventually just out a lot of damage. Warrior Path is going to be the lad who will eventually knock the player down. And now you will enjoy one particular frag in your favor.
And I think this will be a squad wipe, and there is no way the opponents survive. And despite the fact Thorfinn got eliminated in the first few seconds, the other players will eventually get wiped from here, because team number 16, they don't have enough resources and the position to move out from here. Fantastic 5, they are pinned down. There has been a big rogue timing as well that is against them, but the smoke wall is definitely working out, and that's a lot of smokes that they have accumulated already. Didn't expect so many of the smoke wall in such a small building, but they have found the utility. Will get the revival of the other player before another one gets taken down. But Bamboo Boy, he is there for the resurrection.
Roshan, he will eventually secure that finish. That's going to be the final headshot.
That's a blunder.
From Fantastic 5. Yeah, 2 of the players are completely beaten out, but as just mentioned, it is a big blunder. And you kind of gave away your positioning, you kind of gave away that advantage though. And you kind of gave away the vehicle. That is the main point.
The fact is that NLS, they had a vehicle. One of the players was on the high ground, was pinching down the opponent. They exactly know when all the 3 players were spotted. They had everything possible to win that fight and get at least 2 to 3 elimination from that one particular spot, but the timing did not work out, and they just all went to individual battles. And now They are down to just 2 players without a single finish in their name.
Such a good behavior, man. You just know that if your opponents tend to, just commit a mistake, just capitalize on that. A sticky bomb to clear out that one corner of the building, but the players haven't got the advantage yet. Russian fighting against the blue. The whole squad is fighting against the blue. It's a similar story for the players of NLS though. Fantastic five creating a lot of fun. Trying to pull out the players though. Switch back to the FPP. He's not wrong. Fighting at all the cylinders. You will try to bait out the player, but they are just on top. Oh, you found a Molotov! Worst. Now you can put your opponents in the worst possible situation though. Just utilize it perfectly. I think so there was a Molotov. I hope somebody just picked that up. Because once again, it can be utilized so beautifully that you will and you can create a big advantage for yourself.
Just now, they are trying to run the players down and will eventually get the finish. And that is it for one more squad. NLS Esports get eliminated on the 16th spot without securing a single finish. Not the start that they were looking for, and even in the overall standings, NLS is not on a good position. They are on the bottom of the leaderboard as well. Things are just getting rougher and rougher with every game ahead.
Yeah, not a good start for NLS though. I thought that they would have got the advantage in the early position. You got the vehicle, but all right. Has to we have to give away that fantastic 5. Good outing though, helped you, and now you will be able to just be the best in that situation. Moving forward with the game now. Good start though. Props to them.
Just waiting. Flaw FPS. I'm not sure what he is trying to do right now.
Just waiting for his players. I think so. That's it.
But WasTaken. They have spotted a squad. This might be a position of taking a fight. They have hidden their vehicle pretty nicely. But they have one more squad just eyeing their areas. But in the meanwhile, Dustin, the MVP from last game, spots Desynx Esports, knocks down 2 or 3 players back to back. That's a fight that we should have a look at, because Dustin, he is going bonkers and everybody is taking...
What a plan, man. Oh, Katsuya Cutie once again, he got finished off. Not the start he wanted, not the way you expect him to be. Ended up in that situation though. Frag also going down, the finish feed is already running. And you gotta run away with these type of situations though. It's just all about how much you farm your opponents down, how you utilize these type of situations. Just have to create those problems, and once you thrive, your opponents will eventually get punished though. That's gonna be a thing. But for now, you're looking good, you're looking solid. Still the perfect way though. Just play it out.
Yeah.
Talk for Rulzbreakers, by the way.
Oh, another fight for Rulzbreakers. It's breaking against them. They have lost yet another player, and it is to Endeavour Esports, who are in desperate need of frags and position points. They didn't have a good game early on, and now they are trying to make a game for themselves. On the other side, Battlehogs, they find yet another finish as well. So slowly and steadily, even in the second stage, there are teams who are getting some head-on battles.
Yeah, certainly are. And I think so it's just start. It all depends to how you start the first battles, how you eventually begin the first fight. That is the main factor here. But alright, we talked about the situation being handled. Battlehawks, they were in a solid spot, but now they are in a dire situation where you see them struggling a little bit.
The fact that Battlehogs, after 11 games, have just 5 placement points.
Placement points, yeah.
That is crazy if you look at it. Like 5 placement points being the lowest amount possible, and 38 finishes on their end. So they have more finishes than the bottom 5 teams, but only 5 placement. That speak volumes of what is going wrong for them. But on the side, there is team who cannot put a foot wrong in either of the game. It is God's Omen. Yet another early battle, yet another 2 finishes. And this time around, it is 9mm who are on the brink of an early exit, and they will find the third. And 9mm, one of the table toppers and the prime contender for the first spot, have been dealt with by the table topper itself.
What a play, man. 9mm, actually, they had a very good Erangels, but I think so they struggle hard, especially on these Miramars. So I think so that's going to be a thing which can be utilized tomorrow too. But on the other side, Hip got W2R also on the edge, struggling a little bit, but still you can be in the positive end. You can still find yourself on the positive side. Oh, Titan Dogs once again got knocked out. God's Omen, the presence is actually good though. They're making sure that they will utilize this high ground till the end, but depends on how much chance you're getting eventually.
They're just waiting for the last frag though. But 9mm, now they have to be very cautious, because with the last player standing, where do you move? Because 9mm, they exactly know how important each and every matchup is, how close the top 4 position is between themselves. But on the other side, Battlehawks, they find the frag and yet another finish.
I think so. Battlehawks once again doing the same thing. They're just silently fragging out. They're just silently, getting those frags in their favor. They've been doing this from yesterday though. Managed to, just chime in. One of the lad eventually got into the top 5 players. So he was doing the same thing from yesterday. So it's kind of working out in your favor. And there is no harm in doing that though. But the important factor is that you will be able to get challenged though by your opponents. But for now, it's going to be a slow game. It's going to be a bit of a slow game though. Speed your time out. 1 minute left on the clock. Battlehawks on the other side. I think the buggy got stuck. And now it's completely out. Battlehawks 4 elimination though in trade of 1 player. I think so it's good. Adi on the side got knocked out. Smokey is going to be the player who eventually knocks him down. And that's a strange thing though. A lot of the players from W2R eventually ending up on the negative end.
Not the type of result that you expect right now are going on. It is... What? Okay, that trying to just remove the vehicle to find the loot crate, but unable to do so. A failed attempt at... or rather displacing the vehicle, and they need to make it quick, because the next zone is coming in the way. In Battlehawks, not the best of driving skills out there, but Lark will finally make his way up ahead. But the fact is that this is one of those Miramars which have started really aggressively for so many of the players.
True.
We are in just stage 4 now, and already down to 45 players. That is 19 players already being eliminated.
To be honest, the point that Fantastic Five just had a match, just had a very interesting team fight where in a position where like not even a single team tend to go except the European teams. But still, it was a very crazy outing though. Some teams tend to play that slow, and eventually that helps you to just get that momentum going on. But W2R on the other side, as I just mentioned it earlier, they're just having a lot of fights in the early stage, and now just because of those, they're dropped down to only 2 players.
Yeah, but oh, W2R, another knock from the play zone, and the damage is just too much to deal with. Adio, can he revive his teammates? Can Adi get a revive right now outside the play zone? And this is, yeah, it's a 3rd level, so a lot of damage will be dealt. Kyansh needs to just secure all he can, and I'm not sure what his loadout is like, because a UMP with a 7.62 weapon, which has 500 bullets. I'm not sure what he is spraying down to.
I think they're just utilizing his own build. That's a new strat probably from his side, but alright. If it works, it works. That's going to be the call there. But for now, Spartans, we are actually heading towards the 5th stage. 2 minutes on the clock. A lot of teams are moving towards the saves area. Fantastic Five, it's going to be one of them. They were pretty far away, 1300 meters or something far away from the circle. But now they somehow managed to get inside the safe zone. Team OneShot, and a lot of teams are looking forward for this Picardo final circle. And remember, whenever a circle forms towards Picado, it will go till the 9th stage. It has been the case in the past, and it might be the case today too.
Let's see if the history repeats itself or not. And if that's the case, there will be so many teams who will make an early rotation and get to this arena, especially the top floor. Because the access and the outside window climb that you can do, it is pretty crazy with the angles that you can create from that particular spot. Also, the red building, there will be a hotspot in the next few minutes then. But let's see if that's the approach for so many of the teams. Although we can already see 3 teams fighting for this particular region. OneShot having the zone under control, but Dustin, oh gee, this guy and his throwables. I believe the man with the golden arm in the tier 2 circuit.
Alright, man. I kind of believe that too. I think so he will be the next one. But alright, we talk about 9M Esports securing 2 contenders in a row. They have done it in today only, and now they're looking forward to do it once again. Solid team, by the way. Hiding inside these compounds is going to be part of the plan, by the way. Can't do much about it. So you have to be a little bit cautious. And this is the slow game which we are talking about. This is the slow play style which teams tend to play.
Dustin, he has an S686, okay. I'm not a big fan of that weapon, but in the close range, it does work out. But I'm not sure if we actually saw some good results with the shotguns. Rather, in the previous Miramar, there was a player who ran out of ammo in his M4 and then was just playing with throwables because his other gun was a S12K. So you need to be careful of what type of loadout you carry from here on. Shotguns are not your best friend, and especially in a map like this where it is just completely open grounds, and if the final circles force you to go in an open area, the shotguns are pretty much useless.
It kind of does, but I think so. In this urban circle, the Picado circle, kind of an urban one, by the way, it will be a circle where both the weapons, I think so, would be viable, but the only difference is how you utilize them. That's going to be the question out here. For now, Omen, they are looking in a very solid form, hoping them to just strike back once again, get into the game, as they were able to just do that previously. For now, OneShot controlling the stadium, trying to look out the players. Another fight being panned out, and that's going to be between the players of Omen only. Once again, they're getting some players down. Battlehawks on the other side, they're on the receiving edge, getting their player down. It's not a good thing.
Oh, Mystical Waves almost getting knocked down. Virus just surviving right now, although his teammates are not in a good spot, and another throwable, but that's just a random throw. It won't connect to anybody else. It's just to make some space for speed moving up ahead. Flex needs a revive, but I don't think there is enough time and the position his teammates has. On the other side of the spectrum, it is Gojo. Dope has been taken down, and one more player has been tagged pretty heavily, and Gojo, they are the team who cannot afford an early loss. They are still 12 teams standing.
The grenade was good by Smokey, by the way. Bro, he'll finish, might get stolen, and yeah, bro, eventually securing another frag from the distance. Mystical Wave will move inside the circle. There is the chances actually impossible to revive your teammate from that dire situation, but still you will try to do that though. It's gonna be really cruel, and that's gonna be a good slam though.
But he's the sole survivor now, so he needs to make sure that he can perform a big clutch, has a player surrounding all places, has an M4, cannot do a thing, and Roshan will take the matter in his own hands, finishing things off. Another squad wipe from the zone. Another elimination being secured.
11 teams, 31 players, 15 more seconds where the stage 6 will form. Will it leave Picado? The chances are quite less. Oh, is gonna be the answer. Will it move towards the northern side of the Picado and just confirm that in just next 3 seconds? It is moving towards. Oh, it's still the center. Picaro is still the center, and that's not a good news at all. You don't want that to happen again, and it's happened. RaZr, the players of RaZr, how they can move inside the circle? That's going to be the next question now.
Well, definitely it will be really difficult for everyone out here. Right now, I just want an DP4X spray in my POV, because that is something which has been quite some time before I saw something like that. But on the other side of things, Abhay just spraying down his AUG, cannot find a contact, and it is Endeavour Esports, one of the teams who started the day pretty strongly on the first spot and now toppled down to the fourth.
Gonna climb up that ladder, but you're not that far away, so that's a good point for you. In these type of situations, you tend to think that you're a bit far away from the pack, but you can certainly inside the safe area. Anshu receives some damage, move inside the circle, 42 meters away, and that's a good number, especially in these type of situations, though. But the problem is that you have to save yourself. Otherwise, this is going to be the most difficult position to play in. Still, the players are still there. They are trying to hunt you down, though. Not that easy, but still the possibility of getting the players down is still there. Omen creating a lot of space for yourself. They're actually looking very good, though.
Just still trying to spray down the players. Unable to find any contact. But now down to the top 10 teams. 6 have already been eliminated, and we are just in stage 6 right now. Now it is Omen with 4 finishes, losing dope already. 3 players standing strong. And Zeref, a bit unfortunate one for him. He is knocked down completely open. And R2, is this going to be a safe jump? Is he? Yep, he's surviving on 1 HP.
But look at Arcane, though. Look at the cluster in the mini-map, Spartans. You can clearly spot all the 10 teams right there only. Because once again, this is such a jam-packed matchup. Already 16 minutes into this game, and it's too difficult to find where the players actually end up. Anshu has got knocked out by Anuj 2OP. That's going to be God's Omen. Clutch God eventually. That's going to be a trade. RaZr eventually falls shot. WasTaken moving inside the circle while taking down the players of RaZr. The height advantage will help you in your favor. Anuj 2OP completely bagged, and the grenade from Rexy was perfect.
Omen, just one player standing. He will get the revive there, but the place they are in, the play zone will move away from them, and moving down from top hill to downhill in such a scenario is never an easy task. And most likely, Omen, they will have an elimination coming their way in the next few minutes, because things from that spot are just not easy to deal with. And the fact is, RaZr is already pinning them down. Both the teams also have to make a way to the play zone, so that is something they need to keep in mind. But Omen, with just 2 players standing, they need a lot of smokes to create some type of pseudo cover for them.
Yeah, they did actually. But I think so, they just have 3 smokes, so they're just waiting for the end game, though they're expecting it to utilize on the 8th stage, and it's just pretty clear that you have to refill your stock up. Trying to search down those crates. Still some grenades being lobbed in front of you, and you're looking in a good form for now. Molotov completely misses its marks. There are a few fuel cannons, but you don't have a vehicle to just utilize them. Can't lob them out. 5 more seconds and the next blue will start moving in, and Omen, you have to move up 101 meters away from the circle. Still not prepared. Arto is going to be the player you have to look forward to. Utilizing those smokes. WasTaken also now moving. Chalo got knocked out. He got instantly healed up. Yeah, that's it. Got taken away by the blue. Now, it just all comes down to the first play. Will your slam in will be a good one? Because if it's going to be a bad move, then you are done. Yeah, Arbo survived, as well as his teammate Rexy ends too.
A lucky guy right there. Just driving the vehicle from multiple bullets, surviving on 1 HP and slamming it directly into the wall. Pretty a fortunate lad on the server. But now Rexy live by T. on the high ground. So that's a good strategy by the team. Although he needs to play the hideous role for now. He is into the play zone, so that is one task done. And now can cut off the rotation of so many of the teams. He is on a higher plane, so left, right and center, all the vision will be in his control. It's a matter of time before he can finally unleash the beast.
Oh, he got spotted out though, but he got a cover from a different team. Otto got taken down, and that's going to be Rexy taking down the players of God's Omen single-handedly. But WasTaken, it was not enough to revive to help your teammate down. You still gotta need that vehicle. If you want to revive your teammate, he is in a safe spot. WasTaken, this is gonna be a big decision. Will you move up? Will you move and reposition yourself to save your teammate? Or you just accept it and move forward? It's a hard decision, but you gotta take it. 7 teams, 8 stage, 30-second more before the blue will start moving again. FRAG Esports, not even a single frag secured. Inside the circle. Can't say the same thing for the players of Endeavour Esports because they gotta move inside the safe zone spot. This is not easy. Dolphin on the other side got cooked. He got knocked out by none other than Cook himself. Abhinav lobbing those Molotovs. And one got connected, but still not off to big use though.
Frag Ninjas, another grenade attempt, not finding the contact they are looking for. Slowly and steadily, the zone is closing down. 7 teams, 21 players. And I believe from the 7, it is just 2 teams from the top 4 who are surviving till now. It is, yep, RaZr, they are still here. So is Endeavour. Both the teams quite close in terms of the leaderboard. But not as such in the term of points, since 101 separating the 78 points of RaZr. So they need a big chicken dinner. But right now, with just 0 finishes, things aren't coming their way either. Endeavour, they need to make a meal of the things they got from here on. They need a big leap if they want to end the day on a higher note.
Yeah, you have to. You just want to do that. You will try to, just at least get some advantage from here. That's going to be your game plan though. And if you succeed in that, then it's all good and dandy. For now, Blue Zone is doing its job, taking down some players. And it will eventually, just perish you down. So just be careful of that.
Oh.
Ah, that's a knock. Dustin, beautiful pump shotgun utilization of Vivnav barged in and clean up. That's a clean up. 10 finishes for the players of 9mm Esports, and they are looking forward to move up top in the first position.
Which were 2 players from the team, and both the players have done their part really well. And 9mm, they are looking even more stronger. God's Omen eliminated already, so 9mm will have a chance to climb up the top spot yet again. But also Endeavour, they are surviving till now, and they will survive even longer. They will get the revive as well. Godlin, he needs to make sure that the moment he revives, he gets the cover fire from the smoke, cause he is being surrounded by multiple teams down to the top 5, but just 12 players standing. Endeavour and 9mm, both the top contenders to finish off day number 2 at the number 1 spot. But who will be team achieving that? But as we said, that Dustin gets taken down and get finished off at the same time. And 9mm, they are on the verge of elimination. Abhinav trying all he could to survive, but he cannot. And 9mm, just like that, get eliminated on the 5th over. It is all down to Team Endeavour if they want to win this matchup.
Yeah, the one final move. It's going to be a big of a play though. Have to make sure that eventually it should work in your favor. Dolphin, hiding. Make sure that you will take both the players down. About to take one. Missing few shots. Goes for the reload. And eventually Flawless peeks out wide. Takes down one lad. That's going to be Noob. Gullu is still there. 1 pump shotgun and 1 shot. It's going to be good enough for that guy. You got a great opening. Just capitalize on that. Just work on that.
Oh, the grenade.
But the grenade. Oh, beautiful.
All these fights are working in the favor of Endeavour, but they are trying to close down the gap, and they will get the squad wipe in their favor. Multiple finishes coming on their side, and now Endeavour, have they secured the frags of the knockdown players? That is the bigger question down to the top 2 teams. Endeavour against WasTaken, and it is going to be WasTaken who will steal the winner chicken dinner. And Endeavour Esports, they finish second yet again.
A bad ending though, but they almost had it. They had it though. We were in fact, it was just not me, we were rooting for that one team, Spartus, that they should have got the chicken dinner, and they were so close, but still ended up losing. Nice try by the players of Endeavour Esports, but eventually chicken dinner goes to a different team. Good game though. It was a very fun Miramar. Late though, but alright, this works.
A team representing NMIT from the southern zone have finally secured a chicken dinner. Although their overall standings might not be that good on the leaderboard, but they have showcased what they are capable of. A good position, a good zone favoring them, and they can clinch up a chicken dinner. And with this, there is a chance that they will climb a lot of spaces up ahead them. Because this was just not a basic chicken dinner, they had good amount of finishes as well.
Yeah, they certainly did. Also 9mm, to be honest, well gameplay, man. Endeavour Esports, I actually thought, because once again, once you're playing this good, you tend to, just get our hopes high too, that alright, this is the team, we have to look out for, this is the team we're just keeping our bets on, that hey, they're still in the top 3, they will eventually get the chicken, but that was not the case. Although God's Omen, they faces the dust, they bite the dust a bit weirdly though. I thought that they might be the team who will eventually get the advantage in a situation where you don't expect them to get that, but they certainly fought till the last breath.
Well, it was all boiling down to when the rotations will start, and they had a good plan, even though the place they held was a bit further away from the play zone. They didn't expect a big shift to the arena, and as you rightly predicted earlier, that if the play zone is around Picardo and that arena, it will end up there eventually, and that was the case until the very end. And God's Omen was pretty far out. They picked up a good rotation, but it was Rexy from the other team who was just camping that small little space uphill and took down both the players simultaneously. If not him, God's Omen might have placed somewhere else, might be 3 to 4 points extra in the tally, but just because of one single player who eventually got taken down by some other team, and it was WasTaken who eliminated him. But before going ahead, he was able to eliminate one of the table toppers.
And I think so that was a very good plan, because once again, what if God's Omen, just came up clean and eventually would have, just put out your whole squad in that situation. So cleaning out those two lads, because they were just surviving till the very end in a lot of those situations. So I think so that was a very good plan though. Kind of liked it how you eventually just traverse your way up through that situation. But once again, Spartus, it's never easy to fight against especially a team who is looking very strong, and God's Omen is one of them.
No, for sure. Because I just want to see how many points they have overall, because I believe they had 5 finishes if I'm not wrong, if not more than that. So 2, 3 for early on and then 2 on the later stages, but somewhere down the line. But also with how many finishes that the winner team WasTaken was able to get and Endeavour Esports have. Because for Endeavour, this was a game that if they win, they will be securing that first chicken dinner, but again, they came so close, just could not close it down.
Yeah, I thought, Rexy, this was the moment that in that situation he was able to just get the players down. Abhinav, what a beautiful man, what a beautiful play that was, surprising your opponents and then eventually just making sure that they will eventually bite the dust. A beautiful outcome which kind of helped you down to get the better result in that situation. But who is the MVP? That is none other than Dustin himself.
One more time, this guy has been pretty phenomenal overall. Every game he has a really good impact on the game, and not just finishes, although the finish contribution is always more than 50%, being the heavy hitter from his side. And 9mm surely have also done justice to the fragging power Dustin brings to the team, because they have been a table topper for once throughout the day and now still sitting in the top 4 region. So they have a good control and are a prime contender to win it all.
To be honest, 9mm, I think so this is the team you will definitely look out for. A bit of a problem for them was the previous Erangel, but for now, I think so this just worked out pretty well for them. Endeavour and 9mm, both the teams securing the similar amount of total points. WT eventually getting 21 total points. DS, finally we can see a good distribution this time. At least teams are able to secure some decent points. But if we talk about W2R, just 0. NLS 0, Desynx 0, and this will cost you a lot, by the way, Desynx, because you were looking strong in the first 3 games, but now you completely lost your momentum.
And Desynx, they were a team who were in the top 8 somewhere down the line. I'm just not sure if they will be able to retain that spot or not. But more than that, W2R, what has happened to this team? Table topper eventually are slowly going downhill. Although the distance they have already created between the 4th and the 5th spot is quite humongous, so they will remain top 4 if they keep on playing in a similar fashion. For how long is another question, but RaZr on 79 points, W2R on 103, Endeavour 114 going back to the top 3, and God's Omen tying things up with 9mm, 121 each.
Yeah, solid number, man. And just imagine that 9mm secured 3 chicken dinners. That's why they got the upper advantage. But God's Omen, if they would have survived in that situation, they would have got major points and they would have been on the top position itself. But 9mm eventually stealing the whole show, getting on top of the throne. But that's the second day, ladies and gentlemen. This was such a great outing that it is too difficult to eventually, just understand and to, just calculate that how this whole day will eventually end up. But eventually helping the players who are being consistent.
Just look at this first page. Like, all the teams have like 30 plus points in the placement department, but it is just Endeavour without a single chicken dinner. I'm still not sure how they are able to pull this off. 12 matches, 0 chicken dinners, still top 3, still with a huge margin, just not able to win one game. But on the second page, the distance is quite increasing, like 9th position 72 points, but then OneShot with 57, and then until 39 points for NLS. Mystical Waves had one chicken dinner yesterday, but on the 15th spot, which showcases that they had one really good game, but the rest other 11 games were just not good enough.
It certainly was not. And alright, nice try, Mystical Wave, though. Fantastic 5, dropped down to 9th position. Team OneShot 57. I think so. Tomorrow it's going to be the day where some teams, I think so, top 4 pack, going to count that top 4 pack because once again the fight is going between them only. Nothing taken away from the teams who are below them, but still the problem is the other teams were just able to pick you apart. If we talk about the top 5 players of the day after the day 2, it's still Dustin number 1, Anuj on the 2nd position, Gordon has dropped down to the 3rd position. On the other side, Roshan and Win Noob still on the 4th and 5th position respectively.
The fact that Endeavour has 2 players in the top 5 is also quite commendable. Like, they have everything going for them except the fact that they have not got a chicken dinner. Like, 2 players in the top 5 fragging list have like 30 plus position points, top 3 with 114 points somewhere down the line. Everything is going as they imagined. They are just not able to secure one chicken dinner.
I think so. It is just kind of a luck factor, but alright, whatever you want to call it, you can call it. But once again, we will call the day off for now. Only 1/3 of the game is left. Thanks a lot to iSuperJohnny. Thanks a lot to Spartasu. Thanks a lot to Krafton India Esports for this amazing College Campus 2 Championship. That's the wrap up for the day. We still got 6 more maps and we'll come back tomorrow with the final 6 map, ladies and gentlemen. Till then, good night and keep gaming.
I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah.
For my folks, for my mama and my pops. I don't care if you the cops, anybody could get boxed. If you aiming for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I stretch out these hands, then prepare to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was never for your friends. They my fans. Jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team will do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene. Massacre as soon as you have the nerve to try to step to me, I will snatch your turf and manifest scratch that. I will snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete. I'm not in a class with earth. My boys are down the ball if I say the word. The team is down the hall if I call the serve. What's happening? Best believe that a massacre. Nobody's safe. Nobody's good. Shut up, don't stop. Nobody's
legs sell up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold the ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never faltered. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in